Go ahead, Sean.
Good morning, afternoon. Sean Burovich from Unit 3 in St. Ignace.
Ani Buju, Migizimigwan, and Dijkash Pouting. I'm sorry, we know each other. Tyler LaPlante, Unit 5 Vice Chairman. I forgot we're talking to Tyler.
Okay. Hey, Tyler. Austin Lowe's, Chairman of the Tribe.
Aaron Payman, Unit 1, alumni of NMU, my bachelor's and 3 master's degrees.
Robert Gregory, Unit 1.
All right, so that's all the leadership that's in the room right now, Tyler. If you want to give your presentation regarding your center, we'd appreciate it.
Tribal Nation flag display that we are working towards developing in the NMU Superior Dome, an extension of representing tribal nation flags at the graduation ceremony. So I want to introduce a little bit of, I want to start with an introduction of myself. Azwa Benese and Disnakaz Makwa and Dodem, Gichname Beneze Bing and Donjaba. My name is Tyler Detloff. I grew up in Kinross, Michigan. I live here in Marquette, Michigan. I come to this work really humbly and learning a lot in the last year about ways to represent tribal or to strengthen partnerships with tribal nations here on campus as an academic institution with a center, which also has a department of academics. Myself, I'm a mixed heritage. I'm Italian. I'm Anishinaabe Métis. My Anishinaabe Métis on my dad's side is from the Detroit River region. 5 generations of ribbon farmers and community leaders who descend from traders of the Great Lakes fur trade. A little bit more about myself, just before we get started, to give you some context about my connection to this initiative and this initiative to get the tribal nation flags in the Superior Dome. Growing up in Kinross, Michigan, I spent a lot of time in Sault Ste. Marie. I went to Sault schools. I came to NMU Marquette for my undergraduate and my graduate work. I returned to the Eastern Upper Peninsula in 2012 and lived in Ganojikaning in Bay Mills and taught over at Lake Superior State University, serving the community there as a English educator at the college level. I also had the opportunity to teach Native American literature courses. So I've been back in Marquette for a little over a year, and I'm really excited to raise some visual and cultural signifiers on campus for Native American students and their families. So I think this is a really good way to just give you some context before we start into the presentation. Does anyone have any questions for me before I start sharing my screen with the presentation? And
Any questions so far? No questions right now, Tyler.
all right. Well, if you don't mind, I'll share my screen. And this is the presentation which I did distribute beforehand. So feel free to follow along. But a little bit about the presentation here. First, a little introduction. I already gave you some. I want to talk to you about the 2025 graduation commencement, where we did have the Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians flag alongside the Keweenaw Bay Indian Community flag displayed at commencement, which I think made a really big impact on our students, families, alumni, and community. Then I'd like to introduce to you the fall 2025 goal of constructing and finishing a Upper Peninsula Tribal Nation flag display in the Superior Dome above the student section. And then I want to introduce the proposal for an Indigenous Peoples Day of Monday, October 13th event, where we do an unveiling of the 5 tribal nations of the Upper Peninsula flags display. So moving forward, just a little bit about our center. Myself as the director, Roxy Aldred as our principal administrative assistant. Our 3 full-time professors are listed here as well. Dr. Judd Sojourn, instructor of Anishinaabe Moan. Dr. Bimadoshka Pukan, who is our term faculty right now. She's teaching a few really interesting courses, lower level and upper level courses. and then the illustrious Dr. April Lindola, who's teaching a variety of courses. And we're really proud to represent a lot of the tribal nations in our coursework, and we refer to and partner with tribal nations within our programming as well. So this is a little photo that I found on Facebook, a really great picture of some smiles alongside tribal nation flags. NMU is proud to have received the KBIC and Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians flags for display at the 2025 May graduation commencement. Like I said, I think this made a huge impact on students. It was really well received, and alumni and families as well. I think having this representation is something that we'd like to build upon and build towards a more permanent display. So, regrets for your smiles here, Tyler and Bridget. So I want to explain a little bit about our positioning as the Center for Native American Studies. The Center for Native American Studies, we promote raising visibility on our campus for Native American identity markers, cultural mirrors, and tribal nation signifiers in order to raise inclusivity and signal recognition of our tribal nation partnerships. So every time that we have an event in the Superior Dome, we can reference the flag as a point of partnership. We can use that as a point of recognizing sovereignty and more. I think it'll really create a welcoming sense for students and their families who visit our campus and our facilities. So that's our position as a center. As NMU would like to further our commitment to Native American representation, the Superior Dome, our endeavor is to have a permanent display for the 5 tribal nations up the Upper Peninsula. And this will be above the student section, which is probably the most prominently viewed section in the Superior Dome. So I want to reiterate that this falls within NMU's larger strategic plan, rather than just a Center for Native American Studies mission-driven plan. NMU's strategic plan, or our compass, was released last fall, and one of the first action items is to serve Indigenous students and communities. So this prominent display of tribal nation flags can signal to students and their families that our institution recognizes tribal nation sovereignty, and also endeavors to fulfill treaty-bound obligations at our educational institution. So I believe that having tribal nation flags represented from the Upper Peninsula, not only will that create a sense of community, but that'll help remind our institution that we have treaty-bound educational rights that we are fulfilling for your citizens. So this next slide is a kind of a wide-angle shot, but this is, I believe it's from the NMU President's Box above the north end of the field. So looking southward, this is the view of the student section, and right above the, right where the student section banner is, above all of the bleachers, that's where we're hoping to have this tribal flag display located. With a partnership, we can decide what the labeling is and how large the flags are. We're hoping to have them in wooden frames that we construct here on campus behind plexiglass or some kind of material that will make sure that there's no reflection or no obstruction to the view of the flag, or the flags, rather. So I want to give you a little bit of background about how much this means to our student body, because I think that's the most important part here. Our student body over the last 5 years has comprised of quite a few tribal nation representation. Quite a few tribal nations are represented by our student body. These are some numbers I was able to find in our self-reporting data from students. A lot of this is on the conservative estimate, because we have had students just say Ojibwa or Chippewa, and counting that towards Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians might be something we would have to do further research to really trust those numbers. But this is a conservative estimate. Bay Mills Indian Community, we've had 7 students over the last 5 years. Hannahville Indian Community, we've had 8 students over the last 5 years. LVD, Lockview Desert Band of Lake Superior Chippewa Indians, about 13 students enrolled in our institution over the last 5 years. Keweenaw Bay Indian Community, we have had 26 students over the last 5, and Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indian, 79. So I think we're really looking forward to not only the partnership in seeing the number of students who are coming to our campus, but the quality of representation that we are able to provide through signifiers like tribal nation flags in a prominent space, such as the Superior Dome. Right, so I can pause here if there are any questions, and then I can move on to the next slide, which gives a little bit more detail about an event that I'd like to have as, that the NMU Executive Council would like to have as a way to recognize the tribal flag display. Does anyone have any questions or concerns for me so far?
Any questions? Yeah, I'm not seeing any hands come up, Tyler, so I don't think anyone has any questions.
All right. All right, so moving forward, as the director, I would like to help coordinate a flag presentation ceremony at NMU in Marquette in the Superior Dome with representatives from each of the 5 Upper Peninsula tribal nations, along with the executive leadership here at NMU. The ideal date for this ceremony for our programming would be October 13th on Indigenous Peoples Day. I understand there's a lot of programming happening that day, and we're totally willing to move this around, but we have October 13th as an ideal day, and I have a few alternatives listed here, either September 18th or 19th, if we wanted to move it earlier, or we can push it further back to November 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's when we have facilities available for an event like this at the Superior Dome.
So,
And then we'll also
yeah, we can make any of those dates work as far as getting representation there. So we haven't reached out to our language and cultural department yet, but I mean, obviously they'd want to be there to represent. They're the department in the tribe that handles this kind of stuff. If individual tribal leaders want to attend as well, they can reach out to you and let you know their flexibility, but we'll make whatever work.
Excellent. Excellent. That really makes me feel great about this next part, which is describing the day of activities, which would help our ideal day of October 13th be more fully developed and have a higher impact on our community. Get the community members involved from Marquette, both Native and non-Native community members, along with our faculty, staff, and students to have the most opportunities to celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day and to recognize the tribal flag displays. So I put this in kind of a medicine wheel logic model here, starting in the morning or on the eastern direction, Wabanong, we have the yellow section from about 10 to 11. We'd like to offer a guided medicine walk around our campus, around our community. And then we'd like to offer around noon a lunch with a decolonizing diet inspired lunch, potentially a guest speaker. I'd love to work together to help figure out. I'd love to work together with all 5 tribes of the UP to find a speaker that would be ideally addressing the group and why it's significant to have these flags raised and displayed in the Superior Dome.
Hey, Tyler.
And then after that, we have, yes.
Hey, I want to say this. So our board administrator just reminded me that Indigenous Peoples Day is a tribal holiday. So if we want representation from the language and cultural department, they're going to have the day off, as will probably other tribes. So we may have to go back to the drawing board on the date. Yeah. Okay. That's all I
Okay.
wanted to say, Tyler.
That's a really good point. And we can move the day around or the date. I can definitely respect that. But either way, whatever date we decide on, I think it would be wonderful to have this supplemental programming in order to make it a full day of programming that'll bring our community's attention to the significance of raising awareness of tribal sovereignty on our campus. So ideally, we could have 1:30 to 3 p.m. The actual event for unveiling the flags. And then after that, we would have hopefully a film screening or some sort of activity in the evening. If we did work around October 13th, we could partner with the Fresh Coast Film Festival, which has been increasingly featuring a lot of indigenous filmmakers and storytellers in their programming. So I'd love to be able to get Anishinaabe on a essay or some Anishinaabe filmmaker or their film to be screened as an opportunity for deeper engagement.
So we have the Sacred Waters film. I'm not sure if you'd be interested in that. Have you seen it?
Sacred Waters
Yeah.
Stone?
Okay,
No, I have not.
I can email you a link to it. So we partnered with a filmmaker in Marquette, and it's just a 15-minute film that talks about what the Sioux tribe contributes to the Great Lakes fisheries. It's pretty good. I think you'll like it.
Love to check that out. Yes, please do share that with me. That would be an excellent option to have featured that day and to share with our community. Great. So this brings me to the slide where it opens up for discussion. I have some guided questions here, but I'm open to any feedback, any questions, any concerns you might have. I think we've touched on a couple that seem very relevant. So any thoughts you'd like to share about the proposed presentation? Any suggestions for invited speakers for the lunch if we have it on the 13th or on another day?
Okay.
Another question you might consider is what medicines would you like to greet on a medicine walk if we have one that morning? Are there any specific people from your tribe who should be involved in this endeavor? I know, Austin, you had mentioned that there is the culture and language, which deals with events like this, but I think we'd like to have more people involved if there's some alignment that works out. And also, are there any tribal flag protocols followed in your community that NMU needs to follow and that we need to spread awareness of before the event?
Okay, anyone on the board? Okay, so I definitely think the language and cultural department should be there. As far as the other questions, give me some time to digest it. My office can get back with you. Does that work for you? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, Tyler.
I mean, I would definitely like to be there. I'd help drive the initial flag raising with these two. Tyler helped me get this through the finish line with Brock before he left. We also never know what a new administration will bring. So while this is NMU's current goals, the administration could shift. So I think getting these up and presented are very important to us. You know, at the very least, us and KBIC have our flags up. It'll be harder to take away now that they're up. But fully support moving forward with the 5 tribes in the UP for the representation. I guess as far as the medicine walk, it's going to depend on the time of year and what's up. You know, if we're looking into October, and depending on how early our winter comes, you know, we might just be seeing some cedar and some stuff like poking through the snow. But if we're looking in September, we could probably catch the tail end of some harvesting even. So, and then depending on what location in Marquette County we're going to use too. So, or if we're going to use NMU's campus. I don't know. Have you guys developed a traditional garden there? Because I know that you guys used to maintain one, but they tore them down for those new dorms. Like, did that ever get reestablished, you know?
The campus grow spaces are expanding to instead of having separate campus grow spaces, we're having a group of all the grow spaces together. And we do have the Lincoln Community Gardens. We have a plot set aside for traditional medicine, and that's about a third of the Lincoln Community Garden space. We also do have a smaller bed of right now it's just muscote wasp or white sage in our right by our entrance of our building on Whitman. And last year we grew Sema. We grew some nice pink flowering tobacco last year. So we do have some, but I'd like to expand it, absolutely.
Okay. Cool, thanks.
That's
Kim?
a really great point.
Go ahead, Kim.
Hi, Tyler. Kim Gravel.
Hi, Kim.
Hi. I think the elders should be included, maybe the elder group from your area there. Tyler would know who to contact. And I'm not sure about them on the walk because it depends on how healthy they are. I would think the flag presentation would be a good place to have them involved. And I just wanted to let you know if people are talking at the table, you can hear it on Zoom. I'm not sure if Tyler was hearing the extra stuff, but I can hear it.
Yeah, the owl,
If-
cameras have microphones on them and they're not shut off, so if we have
Okay.
sidebar conversations, the people on Zoom can hear them probably more clearly than you realize.
Okay. Yeah, so yeah, I was just gonna recommend the elder, so,
Okay, thank you so much, appreciate it.
thank you.
Yeah, miigwech, Kim.
Aaron?
So I'm just gonna say that I support this. You know, I went to school there in '88, and we've been working hard over the years. I helped to get the Center for Native Studies established. My friend was with me at the beginning, that's April, and we were officers in the Native Student Organization. So I want you to ask her about the time that we dressed up my Jeep as an Indian and went in the homecoming parade.
Okay, I will.
Okay, anything else in the presentation, Tyler?
A few technicalities to wrap up the presentation. The next steps, myself, I'll be representing the Center for Native American Studies, visiting all 5 UP Tribal Nation Tribal Councils or Board of Director meetings. So far, I have met with KBIC a couple weeks ago. Today, I'm meeting with Sioux Tribe. Obviously, I'm still waiting to hear back from Hannahville on their availability for the Tribal Council. I'm still waiting to hear back from Lac Vieux Desert and Bay Mills. Seems really encouraging, but all 3 of the remaining tribal nations that I need to meet with before moving forward would be my next steps to make sure that they have this information and that they're in support of this and that they have any feedback included in the way we move forward. Right now, we have the flag size at 8 feet by 4 foot 11 inches, which we already have a flag of that size from the Sioux Tribe. So I think that's going to set the standard for the other tribal nations to have similar or exact same size, ideally, flags. I did get a comment from Keweenaw Banning Community Tribal Council meeting requesting larger. Why not go bigger? So I am totally in support of that. But we can discuss that once we have all 5 tribal nations aware of our intentions here and signed on in support of the project. Making sure we have the flag of the right size is something that we would love to help coordinate and love to help just give any support where we can. Finally, any representation, if you're available for this ceremony, once we follow up, hopefully October 13th would be able to work, but if not, I totally understand, especially since it's a tribal holiday. I think moving that to another day would be really appropriate if you all think that would be necessary, and I completely support that. But whatever day we do land on, I'd like to have tribal council representative or whoever you think would be best fit. I'll make sure to get them in communication, coordinated with all of our supports here and the agendas for the day that we do decide to have this event. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. My email is listed here. I want to say that we look forward to collaborating in the future. I want to have a really beautiful display for our students and for their families to have an opportunity to see themselves represented in one of our most prominent spaces in the Upper Peninsula, the largest wooden dome, second largest wooden dome in the world. I think it would really mean a lot to some students who might not see themselves represented in a campus space if they're away from home. That representation can help them feel grounded, can help them feel supported, and can remind them of their treaty rights that they are fulfilling by receiving education at the higher education level. Again, my contact information is here on this last slide. Miigwech for listening to my presentation today. My follow-up will include an update on when I will meet with the remaining 3 tribal nations of the Upper Peninsula, along with any details on minutes from our meeting today, or from the presentation feedback today.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. We appreciate you providing us with this presentation and the work that your program does. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Alrighty. All right, so let's move down to agenda review. We'll take a couple-minute break just to get all the staff in the room in case we have to get a hold of anyone. We're a little bit ahead of schedule. So a 5-minute break and then we'll start agenda review. back in session and we're on to agenda review. So the first resolution that we'll be voting on tonight, which we're obviously not voting on right now, we're just discussing, is FY 2025 budget document, Health Division. So Jen, are you on?
Yes, I'm on. Can you
Okay.
hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
This resolution is
Okay, and we have the Health Division on as well. Any questions, comments for either Jen or the Health Division? Go ahead, Lana.
Yeah, audio, okay. Yeah, what is it, let me see. Actually, I was gonna ask that question, but I can look. So it's a decrease from last year. Is this 2025? 2024. Okay. And did you guys already send the proposed, like position, the new positions or existing positions, any changes in those, Jen, like you always do?
Yep, that was sent with the packet when we presented to the board a couple weeks ago. Now, it might not be in this packet that was sent, because this is not the normal packet that we review.
And
I can forward that to you again, if
Okay.
you'd like it.
Yep, yep. And then, the other question I had is, who's on to just give us a snapshot of it, of this budget? Speak, go.
The Health Division.
Good, good. Well, then you take it away, Austin, then.
Okay, Health Division, could you explain this, please?
So this is Joel. With this budget, I mean, we ran 8 months. We budgeted 6 months of actual, so it's really going to be kind of look underspent overall, probably because of that actuals, and we weren't spending at the same levels we would have been with an approved budget. So I mean, I guess if you have specific questions, it might be easier to. I mean, we have 76 budgets, I think, total, so there's a ton of detail in these budgets.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any more questions or comments on this? Okay, thank you, Joel. Thanks, Jen. Let's move on to the next thing, which is amending purchasing policy 2018-121 and rescind construction-related service policy 2005-137.
Good afternoon, this is Kara Reno, Purchasing Manager, and this resolution is to amend the purchasing bid policy and rescind the construction-related policy. This is clarification needed from the July 1st workshop on the collusion and price fixing section of the purchasing policy. In the event that there's suspicion that price fixing is happening, the department will get with purchasing and the legal department. And if it's determined that this is occurring, the purchasing department will have the authority to void the bid.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments from the Board of Directors? Going once, going twice.
Yep.
Okay, Lana?
Was this talked about last week?
I think it was on July 1st.
Yes.
Was it last week?
Last week? Okay. I wasn't here last week. Again, so yeah, what prompted this change, real quick? Anybody?
Could you provide that answer, Kara? Or Bill?
The last time it was updated was 2018. So in that 7 years, there's been a number of items changed. And they also wanted to incorporate into one document the separate breakout of construction and bring it under this document so that they didn't have the separate exclusions and whatnot that they were before. They've updated the inclusions and updated the exclusions. And there should be a summary of all the changes there.
Okay.
It's fairly lengthy, but the document itself is fairly lengthy. So Kara went over those last week.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any more questions, comments?
I have one more thing. Lana, that question arose last week, so that's why I was clarifying that particular section. I also have one more thing in the exclusions list. After final reviewing that, I noticed that the food under the golf courses was in the exclusion list. The food is, I'm asking that to be removed because they are currently ordering through purchasing and receiving contract pricing and rebates through our food and beverage vendors such as GFS and Coca-Cola.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, we can move on to reappoint audit committee member Nan Saluja. Bill?
Yes. Dr. Saluja's appointment expired in March on the audit committee, and this is just a routine reappointment. And it was the recommendation of the audit committee to reappoint Dr. Saluja.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we can move on to Sawyer Village internal financing.
Hey, good afternoon. Dan Doyle, CEO of Enterprise Operations. This resolution is seeking authorization to enter into a note with the Housing Authority for $1.5 million at the interest rate of 5%. This will be to cover the remaining balance on the Sawyer Village project. Terms of that note were attached with the resolution and RIS submitted, amortization table, and the actual note itself. I have been in contact with housing and several individuals there, and I'm bringing this forward to authorize, for the board to authorize me to enter into that note, and then procedurally, the housing will do what they need to do on their side.
Okay, thank you, Dan. Any questions, comments on this? Isaac?
Hey, Danny, can you cash flow this before those places get rented?
Yes. But we are gonna bring that online in three, there's significant cash reserves and there's significant cash flow generated currently. So yes, it could cash flow this. And the actual project, will be completed in 3 phases. So a third of these will be brought online in January, and just those units should cover that. But there is sufficient cash flow to cover this note. I'm very comfortable with the terms and the length of the note and the ability for it not to strap Sawyer's cash flow. The units are in fairly good condition out there, so these will be new units, and the other units are in fairly good condition. Upkeep has been routine. So yes, in short, yes, they're confident we can cash flow these prior to all the units being online.
Okay, anyone else?
Oh, yes, sir.
Mike?
I guess, could be dead. Oh, there it goes. Is housing supportive of this? So you've got one side and then we're not hearing from the other side. So is housing supportive of these terms? Are they all good with all this?
So it's my understanding that he brought it to the Housing Authority? Or Commission?
Speaking with Maria, she said to get our side executed first, and then she would bring it to the Housing Commission. But both Maria and the prior leadership were both had no issue with the loan, and we're going to call the meeting after it was authorized by the board to engage in.
I gotta follow
Okay.
up.
Maria's online. Maria, do you have any issues with it?
It was brought up to the commission at the last housing meeting, so we were well aware of it.
Any big issues from the commission side?
Joni didn't see anything and neither did I.
Okay, I guess just for future stuff then, or for like, if you would think that once the commission sees it, that they would, I don't know, approve it, and we could, you know, it seems to me like it wouldn't be after we approve it. It should be, hey, the housing commission, it's good terms for us, it's good terms for EDC, it's good. So just for future reference, I think it should come the other way around. It should come from the commission saying, yep, we're good with these, and make that recommendation with EDC. That way everybody's on the same page.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, we'll move on to the next then, which is Tribal Intergovernment Advisory Committee appointment.
Hi, Maria Monjane from Housing. I'm the assistant director. HUD's formed a Tribal Intergovernmental Advisory Committee, or TIAC for short. it's requesting nominations. And the committee's purpose is to facilitate communication between HUD and tribal leaders, make recommendations to HUD regarding current regulations and rulemaking methods, and advise on American Indian, Alaskan Native housing priorities. So HUD prefers that an elected leader sit on the committee and the staff member can serve as an alternate. Therefore, we're looking to nominate Bridget Sorensen, Housing Commissioner and Board Member, and I would like to serve as an alternate.
Okay, questions, comments? Aaron?
So I'm not sure that I would receive the same support in return, but I talked with Heidi and at NCAI, and actually we came up with the idea and pushed to create this position. I was going to be appointed just before I resigned, but I do think we are advantaged by having a Sioux Tribe member. The only thing is maybe if we could have information and reports brought back and tie into our legislative agenda, involve the chair's office, because it doesn't seem that connection's happening, but it would be better if it did. So, and I'm gonna support it, but I just would like to see that happen.
Okay, Isaac?
I thought we were gonna start allowing other people to do these type of committees.
Well, that's a good question. So Maria, even if there's a preference from HUD, is there an absolute requirement that the person that we nominate is a tribal leader? And secondly, is that nomination from me with my name on it?
Well, you know, good question. I wasn't, I'm just coming into this, and so that is something that I can ask. But at this point, I'm not really sure.
FACA rules apply to this one.
So who told you that they preferred a tribal leader at HUD?
Resolution.
Okay. And I mean, Isaac does make a good point. We had an elder committee that we changed up quite a bit so we could have new people on that as well. So, all right, let's get a speaking list. So Lana, then Kim.
Yeah, well, yeah, I agree with Aaron. I think Bridget will do a good job. She's dedicated in that position, as the chairperson. And Maria's speaking, for housing in that position. So, and I also agree, coming back with periodic reports, to the board of directors and the chair's office, and that goes both ways. The chair's office report to the board of directors on certain items as well. That's being, we got to get better at that both ways. So I agree with you. But I do think that Bridget will be a good representative on that. So I'll support that.
Okay, Kim, and then Aaron.
Kim Gravel?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep. I didn't hear what you said,
She's out.
Okay, go ahead, Isaac.
Okay, I'm there.
Oh, go
Can you
ahead,
hear
Kim.
me now?
Yes, I can.
Okay, yeah. My computer jumped when you made a comment and I heard you say something about your name on it, but I didn't hear the whole thing.
So the nomination process. So the Sioux Tribe doesn't nominate someone, in my opinion. It's me. My name is on it. So I mean, if the board of directors wants to nominate and put their names on it, that's one thing. But I think we need to figure out what this is. Is this advisory to the chairman's office? Are you guys recommending that I nominate Bridget to this? Is that what that is? Because I mean, if it has my name on it, it seems like the decision is mine to nominate these people, right? As someone that was elected to serve in this role for the entire tribe.
But we're gonna be voting, so there'll be the list of how many people voted yes or no, like on every other resolution. You're just signing that was the vote as the chairman.
It's a letter of nomination, so I'm recommending somebody.
Oh, I see, okay. Gotcha. Well, we need to do it as a board, then I think we could vote as a board, but I'm okay with it. She does a good job on the housing.
Okay, Isaac, then Bridget. Okay, you had your hand up? Okay, yeah? Okay, Aaron, then Bridget.
So, the nature of it, so the answer is yes. The primary position has to be an elected official, so it's in the notification for filling the position. The second position can be a staff member, but it's an alternate position. It's not the primary position. part that I think we need to coordinate is any of our appointments actually for that matter, but especially this appointment because it's interagency. So it's not just housing, it's connecting across agencies. That was the intent of it. Should work with our Mike's office and with the chair's office so that it's all cohesive. But I would also say, because I'm not pointing out that that's not happening any different than it is on other committees, because we are updated. The chair's office and legislative update us on everything that is happening. All the testimony, we get copies of the testimony. So I just think that needs to be tightened up a little bit better. I'd love to serve in this position, but I clearly don't have the votes. But I also don't want to lose that seat. So that we have a seat, it's likely that if we recommend her, and if you write the letter, the tribal board of directors voted to make the nomination, then we keep that seat. Because we're not likely to keep the seat if it's not Bridget, because she's already on it. It's just a reappointment. So I think if we just tighten up a little better, communicate a little better, have a more seamless back and forth. But again, I'm not isolating this position, because there are some board members on our other committees, national committees, that I have never seen anything from. And we need to have that, because we need to share that information that we're getting at the national level back to the tribe so that we can all know what's happening, so we can all be informed. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. Bridget, then Tyler.
So, whenever I go to the in-person meeting, usually there's one in-person a year, and then we go to another tribe. We usually do 2 in-person a year, and then we meet usually every 2 weeks. Unless we have committees, then we're meeting more often than that. All the time when I do get updates, go to these in-person meetings, I always talk about it in my unit report. Any proposals that we're having, I send that to Maria and Joni, so that so I get their input on everything and bring it to the table. So I may have not brought it directly to the board. I may advocate for something, but I do write about it in my unit report and do pass the information on to them. You can pull up the docket on it, and it is a elected leader with a resolution from the board.
Okay, Tyler.
Yeah, it's like any advisory committee, so like there's not like a whole lot of information that you usually pull out of those things because they're advisory in capacity. So yeah, there's information, but they're asking for tribal advisory for the Bemidji area, but this one in particular, it only goes through the 6 regions for HUD, right? Or there are 5 regions for HUD? 6. There's 15 of you on there. But the problem with that is when, you know, if Bridget were to not be in that seat, it doesn't just go to another Sioux tribe member. It's easier to reappoint somebody in these committees than it is to get somebody else on, because there are 34, soon to be 35 tribes in Bemidji. I'm not even sure how the new process is going with, what's their tribe? The Potawatomi there. No, the one out of Kansas that got Prairie Band. They recently got trust land in their home area, which is in the Bemidji area. So I don't know if that's going to add to us in some capacity. Yeah. So I just don't want to overcomplicate it. Like these positions don't automatically go to our tribe. We're competing with 34 other tribes and all the council members on there. This committee, as well as all of the advisory committees, they all have FACA rules. So you have to follow federal protocols, which is chairman, vice or sub chief, and then all other tribal leaders or representatives of the tribe. So it also, speaking order goes in that capacity as well. So it is important to have, to hold on to any seats that we do have. So I mean, I'm supportive of this. Like if there's concerns about the alternate, then I would propose we amend to make Aaron the alternate if he wants to be an alternate, but.
Maybe Isaac, because he's not on the commission.
No, he's not on there anymore. But I don't know, I just want to say, like, these don't automatically go to the Sioux tribe, and an elder advisory committee isn't going to be able to select somebody from the board of directors to be representing the Sioux tribe, because like the government doesn't take that. They actually take your background and then compare you against everybody else who's applied for those positions.
We know that. When Aaron got pulled off of stuff, they didn't go to Sioux Tribe members. We lost them, so.
Remember, that's what board members.
Good, Aaron.
Yeah, so I would just say, I would be willing to be the alternate, because it's not like Maria's not gonna be able to be advisory to Bridget anyway, because we have access to that. But the one thing I do wanna correct, Tyler, is, on STAC and on several advisories, they provide a disc of everything that's gonna be covered. Usually, especially at STAC, they provide all the talking points. Well, that's not happening anymore. Well, that's a problem. But what I would do when I was on STAC is right after every STAC meeting, I would take the full body of all the information that I got, and I sent it out to the departments. So they had it, because there was no fuzz, there was notices of consultation. So if that's not happening, that's tragic, because NIHB used to provide that. When I worked for NIHB, I provided that to the tribal leaders. And I'm sure that the interagency also has that packet of information that could be circulated, but maybe if we think about it this way, all that information we go and gather, bring it back and hand it off to legislative, and then maybe assign legislative to send it out to all the respective departments, and also to summarize it to the council. Because putting it in your report, you do it all the time too, but putting it in your report is not the same thing. It's like doing a trip report for the value of what that was. That's not the same thing.
I put the recording from when I testify, on my personal Facebook, and then the tribe puts it on our social media site for ultimate transparency. I mean, the members can see word for word what I say when I go to DC.
So, and I don't have any qualms about Maria being the alternate, but I would be willing to be the alternate.
Okay. All right, any more discussion on this? Okay, so we'll move on to approving MOA in Mackinac County.
Hi, so I'm gonna have Veronica Beaumont, explain this resolution, as she's been very involved in the infrastructure project for ARPA Unit 3 housing. So I'm gonna turn it over to her.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. This resolution is requesting that the Board of Directors approve an MOA with Mackinac County. This is in place of a easement between the old St. Ignace Road and our property in St. Ignace. There's a space that we need to cross that belongs to the county. It has been approved by the county, and we're just asking for the Board of Directors to approve this while we're working on the easement.
Okay, any questions, comments here? I have one. So we don't get updates from the Housing Commission very often. So without objection, could we have a report, just a status update where we're at with these building projects? Because I don't know where we're at with Unit 3. I don't know where we're at with the apartment complex in the Sioux. Those aren't the only ones, but I mean the Wetmore project. Just put the project first and then a brief synopsis, paragraph or two, where we're at, when we're expected to break ground, how many units, all that stuff, if we're expected to go over budget. Could we get provided that?
We have ARPA updates on next week. All ARPA projects, all interagency agreement projects.
Okay, so those projects will be discussed then?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep.
So can you guys come
Yeah,
with
I
that
do have that
information next
complete.
Tuesday?
Yes, we're all set to go to that.
Okay, awesome, very good, thank you. Next resolution is award automated comfort controls contract.
Yeah, it's Andrew with Facilities. So we're looking to approve the contract between ACC and the tribe to replace the walk-in cooler and freezer at the elderly building in the Sioux. The contract is for $79,675, but I'm requesting a not to exceed number to potentially cover any little unforeseen things that might pop up. But it did go through the purchasing procedure. The bid recommendation was included. The approval internal agency was added as well. So if you got any questions, let me know.
Okay, any questions, comments? Bridget?
I don't know if this is possible, but I know back in 2005, I believe, when we were building the new casino, we hired Gary Knutson as our plant operations manager, and he worked for ACC, and we, at that time, thought we were paying out so much money to ACC that we would hire him. And I'm just wondering if that is something, even though he works for the casino, if he can do jobs like this instead of us paying actually ACC and just have him do this work, and then maybe pay the casino for his wage the time it takes him, if he would want to do it. But I know that we did that because we were paying ACC so much money, and we thought if we brought him into the casino, he could do all 5 casinos when we need stuff, because it was cheaper to do that. Just to
So
Did he put in a bid for this?
You mean, we would buy the piece of equipment and then have somebody internally install it? Is that what you mean? Well, we can look into that, sure. We do pay ACC quite a bit of money.
Okay. Has anyone contacted him to see if he's willing?
I don't know.
Okay, Andrew, why are we replacing the fridge freezer? Are they not working? Are we without that equipment right now? Okay.
It's an upgrade.
Okay,
yeah.
so it doesn't need to be done tomorrow, kind of thing. So how do you
No,
feel
this
about?
This is using ARPA dollars, so it is a part of that internal agency agreement.
Okay.
I can ask if Gary can do something like that.
Do you think it's a good idea or no?
I just know that he's in charge of, I believe, all of the St. Agnes casino. I just don't know if he'd have time. I can 100% put forward the question and see what he comes up with. And if it is doable, then I can relay that back to you guys and see what the difference is.
Yeah. We also have a purchasing policy at the same time, and we probably shouldn't be cherry picking people to do this work. Isaac?
Hey, Andrew, can you also make sure he's certified to do this work?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you find out before the meeting starts and let us know?
I can try.
All right, if I don't hear from you, I will pull it from the agenda. How's that sound?
Sure.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, so let's move on to the next resolution, which is award Rhino renovations contract.
Yeah, so this one is a part of my CapEx budget. This is to replace the existing shingle roof to a metal roof with snow stops, ice and water shield, really insulated the roof. I'm trying to pull all the stops out to make sure that we no longer have issues with it. We did have a bid walkthrough, and we had 3 contractors show up. No contractors bid on the job. I worked with purchasing to direct solicit the companies, including Rhino Renovations, and again, we only received a bid from Rhino, and I believe that it's a fair price for what we're looking for. And I'm asking for a not to exceed of $230,000, just because when they peel the other roof material off, we don't know if OSB will need to be replaced, so I asked for a linear foot replacement cost for it. So that's what we're looking to do.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, comments here?
I just have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Lana.
When they fill out that sign-in sheet as a bid contractor for a walkthrough, does that give them, the permission to actually bid on it? Or?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. They don't have to do the walkthrough, they can still bid on it. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
All right, any more questions? Hearing none, we'll move on to the next, which is amending Resolution 2024-45. Isaac?
Yeah, basically, this is just to set the tax per unit on date.
Okay, any questions, comments? So would this be at the mid-gyms and all that? Everywhere? Okay. Okay, any questions, comments?
Yep.
Well, before it was a percentage of revenue.
Do you have a question, Lana?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
He was kind of answering what I was going to ask, so I just couldn't hear you. so that's what we're changing it.
Yeah, so it's more of a per unit price.
Okay,
Yeah, it was a terminology issue. Now we're doing it the same as cigarettes.
They would have lost money, so we wanted to get the same language as the cigarettes.
okay, yep, that's the intent behind it. Okay, thanks, Isaac.
Okay, Kim Gravel?
He just answered my, thank you.
Okay, Kim Lee?
I know the last conversation that we had, are we now selling these where we are able? Everywhere? All the casinos?
One says no, one says yeah.
I think they were waiting for this to be resolved before they sold them at the casino.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
So what's the answer? Are we selling them or not?
I just want to kind of go through what the intent originally was and where we are now, and to make sure that there's at least some kind of parity there, because it seems pretty low to say that we're going to do it. We're going to do it by unit. We're going to do 50 cents per unit, and then take 25% of that 50 cents, which is what, 0.125 cents? When the original intent was to take 50% of net profits and split that 50% into two separate 50%, so you would have 50% go into youth education activities, to do the vape prevention and education, and then the other 50% of the original amount was supposed to go to the lands claims fund. Now, when we switch it to 50 cents per unit, and then say 25% of that, so we're actually not doing 50% of the money that's taken out of it, which would be considered a tax, and putting 50% towards the land claims fund and 50% of that. So now you're left with an additional, what would be 0.25 cents off of each unit. That's going to stay where? I'm guessing it's going to remain in the tax committee, which totally deviated from the original intent of the resolution. So I don't think it's an equitable comparison, this resolution versus what the original intent was, because I guarantee you, after you pay for labor costs, cost of the product, and sell it, 50% of that net profit would be much more than 50 cents. So the intent was to leave the youth education activities program with a reasonable amount of money to combat the damage that vapes are actually doing. Because on one side, I don't believe that government should be interfering with, the free actions of adults. If, we make all of our money off other vices anyway, gambling, alcohol, tobacco, vapes now. But when we do that, we have a responsibility to try to use whatever funds necessary. In this case, it would be taxing the vape sales to try to get our youth to make the choice not to. If it was my, I think that we have to make money to provide services in these ways. But if I had my way, it would be all from non-natives buying vapes from our store, and we can convince our entire population not to touch them, which was the intent of doing this. So I guess my question would be, Bill, what do you think 50% of net profits would be off a unit?
Well, I think, Rob, it's a terminology issue. It would be tracking the vape sales against the other costs that were associated to get down to the net revenues, because the original resolution said 25% of the net revenue from all vape sales going to YEA and 25%. So it was a tracking issue. First, you'd have to take away the cost of product, as you mentioned, and then be able to figure out what that particular sale was of the other costs to get to the net, essentially what you're saying is a net income. We felt it was a lot easier to track it on a per purchase basis, just like we do cigarettes, so that it's a quantity-based tax versus a net revenues-based tax.
When I get the logic behind it, because the prices are gonna fluctuate, which is, like you said, it's gonna make tracking and all of that a lot more difficult. So I'm not opposed to using a per unit, but I want it to be more closely to 50% of the net profits. So if we could figure out, I mean, we have an EDC director and people who manage these stores, they should be able to tell you, if I purchase a vape for $5 and then add my overhead cost of people, everyone, we're paying, let's say, $12 per vape, we sell them for 17, we know that's a $5 profit. I would rather see the per units be more close to 250 if that's the case. My numbers, I'm just using examples for numbers. But when you get down to how many vapes are we gonna have to sell to make a substantial difference in giving the YEA money or to our lands claims fund when we're only doing 0.125 cents per unit. I just don't think that there's a comparison from it's equitable comparison from this resolution to what would be 50% of net profits.
Hey, can we just hear from Dan?
Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, to clarify, I'm looking at the resolution and it said net revenue, which would include no costs on the original resolution, which would they would sell at a loss even before any labor. The reason that we applied this is Bill did cover a lot of what I did. It's due to this is a tax like a tobacco tax or any other, and in general, from governments, states apply these same taxes as they're called on a per unit basis. Tracking the net profit per item in the C stores would not be that simple, right? There's multiple goods going through. You can see what your net profit is at the end of the day, but you would have to go through and allocate labor to each specific unit. And these C stores are already heavily taxed due to the gas tax and several other tribal taxes that the C stores pay that other C stores do not pay. So the logic here was to try to just keep it consistent in the tax code with cigarettes and the tax per unit. So that was what we came up with. There's no other tax that's applied other than income. There's already an income tax applied to the income based off of the total goods sold or any goods and services sold from any enterprise. It's an income tax. It's an income tax. There's a gas tax. There's a gross receipt tax for internal services. So if you were saying what you're asking, Rob, but to tax an individual item like that as opposed to the whole income, as Bill stated, that does become somewhat of a difficult tracking mechanism to determine on each item flow through. You could do some percentage base, I guess, but that's going to differ from C store to C store based on the operational cost, based on the volume. So we took a traditional approach to this, which would be taxing per unit.
Okay, we good with that? So I understand the logic behind it, and I'm agreeable to taxing per unit. My issue is that when this resolution was passed, the intent was to give a decent amount to the Youth Education Activities Program, so that way they could adequately educate our youth on the dangers of vapes. And then I believe it was Isaac added the 50% towards the land claim fund. So, and I agree with both of those. My issue here is that I don't believe that we are purchasing vapes and selling them only to make $1 profit. So if we're looking so if I asked you, Dan, like, how much do you think that we actually profit off each unit, what would you answer?
Well, would we be talking gross profit or net profit, right? Because you have a couple C-stores operating in the negative now. So that whole operation is operating in the negative. So there, if you tried to apply the same applicable cost allocations, those vapes, it would be different than the C-stores that are not, because of, again, I said, different operating costs, different models, different margins. So that's why, again, and I understand what you're saying. You're saying that there's an adverse health effect. They're actually taxed at a higher rate with this per unit than cigarettes, and there's an adverse health effect there. So to ask me that, I guess if that's what you want us to come up with some calculation and the board goes down that road, I believe then you start doing that on multiple products that, that gets to be a complication to the operation. If you want to tax it on gross profits, then that's the simpler calculation. But then again, the C-stores are already heavily taxed. And I understand your logic, and that's a board decision and the board's prerogative how they choose to tax them. But getting an actual net profit per unit is not going to be a set amount, because the way that you would have, the way to apply that without getting too complicated would be to apply whatever your net profit margin is on your bottom line to your product. And that's different at each C-store.
Okay, do you have anything else, Rob? All right. Kimley, then Aaron, then if we need further discussion on this, let's circle back. We have a lot of resolutions that we have to review before the meeting. Go ahead, Kim.
Well, it was my understanding, not to overcomplicate it, not that it was supposed to make us wealthy as a tribe, but to put back into it the damage that it's already done, as well as to the Lands Claims Fund. So I don't know, I think that rather than looking at it like that, it's in addition to what we're already doing, right? So when we buy something, right, and then we sell it, you have that profit on it. And I think that we're overthinking it, right? Things do change, but I think what Rob's trying to get at is, what is that roundabout number, right? Whether we're getting it at a sale, usually you're not selling it at a sale. But so I just don't understand why, if we're making $3 profit, that we can't, not looking at what the store is already, as the C Corps are not already making the money. I just don't understand why we're looking at it like that, because it wasn't a, let's pass this so we can get rich, because clearly the damage that these things do, like a lot of the other things that we do, is how we sustain. And I think that was part of it, was how can we sustain money back for YEA and their education, as well as lands claims. So I think that it's being overthought. That's all.
Okay, Aaron.
So it's going to be a reduction in revenue for YEA. Well, I think that's clear. Probably, maybe we'll pick up the difference in travel support. But, I have never supported alcohol in our casino, and I know that's probably nonsense, but Kathy and I consistently voted against that. We have a vape settlement, and then we're selling vape. So that doesn't really register in my mind. I suppose it's business, it's all business, so we shouldn't be so concerned about the human aspect of it. And the one thing that the board appeared to have done when they conceded to this was to make sure that we had some revenue to educate our young people so that they wouldn't go down this route, because these companies are horrible. They've lost lawsuits at targeting children with the flavors that they do, and it's prominent. Ask if you have any nephews or nieces, ask them how many people are doing this in school. It's happening at school, and people are getting not only cancer from the same source as smoking, but also respiratory infections and ripping up their lungs, and that's not even cancer, that's just the side effect of vapes. So I don't support it, so I'm not gonna make a big deal about it, but I'm probably gonna either vote no or abstain. So that's it.
Okay, we good on this? Okay.
Quick question though.
Go ahead, Mike. Yep.
It says in here that the result that the tax committee is going to make necessary revisions to the tax code, and does that mean that it's not going to be coming back forward as a reso? Because to me, the tax code should be reviewed by this body. So I guess I just want to technically, or I don't know if we need that in there, or because I do think that they could make recommendations to the change, but the tax code itself should be this body. Am I misunderstanding that? Brian?
No, if we're doing it, yeah, if this is doing a tax code change, we'll have to bring back the language change amendment of that code, so the board will have to vote on that as well.
Oh, okay, so.
Is that what you're asking? Sorry.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that the tax code was coming back to this body, because the way you read it here, it's authorizing the change in the tax code. So I guess, I don't know if we need better language in there and whatnot, but to me.
Yeah, and the way I was reading it was they made the revisions, but we don't normally empower from the board to the executives to make the revisions without you seeing the revisions.
Yeah.
So I would have advised we make the revisions to be in line with this resolution, but then we have to bring those revisions to the board to vote on them.
So you can
so
just
we
let
could
me
just make
an amendment or
slight
whatnot?
tweak to the finally resolved to make any necessary revisions to the tax code to bring for final vote of the board of directors before implementation. Something like that would work.
All right, thank you.
That's fine.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so I got an answer from Andrew on that thing we talked about. He hasn't heard back yet, but he stated in his professional opinion, he would like us to award and install to ACC as they have warranty work and their service is very good. I can try and work out future upgrades with that individual, so that's going to be my position back in our staff. So next resolution is 2025 at-large tribal voter registration drive. Aaron?
So, first of all, I think it was a really good thing that when the board voted, they directed that a letter went out to inform everybody that they were automatically registered to vote in the chairman's race, and they were invited to register to vote in the unit of their choice. So that communication apparently went out. I didn't see it, so I don't know if it was just a letter to tell them to contact to get a registration, or did they actually get a registration card? Did they get a business reply?
Yes. So they sent out a business reply envelope. They sent a little card. They had a little paragraph that explained why you're getting this and what this does, and a date to send it back to get registered in a unit if you want to vote in the upcoming election at the time.
Okay, so I appreciate that happened, but I don't know if it's a direct mail, so it's kind of hard to argue that they didn't know about it because they got a direct mail. It was right after everybody getting their addresses corrected so they could get a COVID check. So it's probably the best and most accurate list that we've ever had. But if you look at the outcome of the vote, or actually if you just look at the voter registration list, we didn't get an increase in voter registration in any unit. We did, obviously, went from 16,000 to 35,000 for the chair's race. So I'm just requesting that before we get closer to the election, that we just do another mailer similar to the one that was done, just to send the voter registration card out. I wish we could do an automatic voter registration and everybody be registered, but I know you guys wrestled through that. You can't do that because you don't know what unit they want to register in. So I think it would behoove us to encourage more participation because our elections result in a minority of the people participating and choosing who our leadership is. So it's my request, that's it.
Can I say too, just for the board's information, some of you might have sat in the last commission meeting, I don't know, for the election commission, but the election commission is also talking about this as the entity that's charged with running our elections. They are exploring how they can do more voter outreach at the commission level within their budget to try and galvanize the outside vote, the people to register for a unit. So that's being talked at the last couple of commission meetings as well, just so you are all aware of that.
Okay, Mike.
I guess, we used to do voter registration drives like this, but that was prior to open registration. So, because for a long time, this tribe, we only had a window for people to register to vote. And that was that. So when we opened it up, that's one of the reasons we stopped doing the voter registration drive. So with it being open, members can register whenever they want. We do reminders all the time. Like you said, we did a direct mail and people still didn't register. So I wouldn't be supportive of doing this only on that fact that it's open now. We've already sent letters in recent years. And quite frankly, we're bringing it up, so the Constitution says they're supposed to register, and they're not. We're automatically registering them. And the language is pretty dang clear in there, so I'm not sure even how we're registering them automatically right now, because it does say that people residing on the outside will register. So it's unfortunate that we didn't workshop this too. I think that we've talking about we should have procedures for these, and we're getting better. The staff's been doing it, the RRSs, and then to me this is a preview of campaign season. We're going to be going into, we're not, but what I'm saying is that we're all been trying to get on board with workshopping these, and so we're bypassing that again. And I'm glad we had some workshop today, that there's some board initiative resos that are coming forward, or maybe not coming forward, but they were brought to the workshop first, which is what we've all been talking about is a good way to get things done. And so we're not workshopping it, we're just throwing it out there. To me, it makes it more difficult because we have issues on here, we have concerns, and then we're hashing it out here rather than in a workshop. I would just think that it'd be better placed in a workshop. And I'll yield at that.
Okay, Sean, Aaron, Lana.
I agree with everybody being registered to vote. But since we're in a financial crisis, as Isaac keeps stating, I can't see sending out 2 self-addressed stamps to each household when we could put it in the tribal paper like I've seen before. And it's up to them to cut it out, mail it back, and it leaves it to them. You know, ballots get mailed out and people just throw them away, and that's a wasted stamp there too, but I have no control over that. But I can't see sending all this money for 2 stamps when it's ultimately on them. So I would say put it in the paper. If they want to cut it out and mail it back, great. My thoughts.
Okay, Aaron.
So, first of all, I want to correct you on something, Mike. We all should know what the Constitution says. The Constitution does, and I affirm what you just said, it does require the at-large members to register to vote in every election in the unit of their choice. Okay. But it also says that the members inside of the units have to register every 4 years. It's clear. And if you don't believe me, you can ask your legal counsel. But what the board has chosen to do over the years is to automatically register the people inside the units, and that's been for a particular reason, because it advantages the incumbents. So we've had that interpretation for long before I ever got on the board. The people inside the service area have never had to register to vote, even though the Constitution requires it. So if we had a separation of powers, and I think might be why we're not going in that direction, if we had a separation of powers, this would violate the U.S. Constitution's Equal Protection Clause that says you can't have different applications of law. So we were requiring people at large to register to vote, but we have never required people inside the service area to register to vote. At one point, they required if you turned 18 that you had to register to vote, but even that changed, and automatically 18-year-olds inside the service area were automatically registered. So if tonight, and I am asking for something, maybe not tonight, but if we grant standing in tribal court for tribal members to bring a cause of action to uphold the Constitution, and if a tribal member filed this, we would lose in that case, because we're requiring people at large to register to vote. We have never required people inside the service area to register to vote. And I don't know how you voted 2 years ago, but the board voted, and I know how Sean voted on this, it was in the negative, but the board voted to automatically register people to vote in the chairman's election. So if the Constitution, so we were in violation of that, because all those people were automatically registered, they didn't have to register. So this board did vote to make it easy for people to vote in the chairman's election. And you automatically register. They didn't have to register. Contrary to what you're saying, is that the at-large people are required by the Constitution to register to vote. You put that aside, you looked at it differently. You all voted except for, I think there was one no vote. So if we grant standing in tribal court for tribal members to bring a cause of action if their Constitution's violated, we would lose on this case. So all I'm saying is let's give another effort to send out a voter registration card. If we don't have the votes to do it tonight, we don't have the votes to do it tonight, we'll all be on the record. So let it be what it'll be. But I do like what Sean said, if we aren't gonna do it, I did get clarification on an item I was gonna put on board issues, is that we do apparently send out the newspaper to all adult members in the annual report if we put the voter registration on the front page, but we should also put the subscription on the front page. Because I went back and looked at my annual report from last year, the subscription part is buried, right? So let's put it on the front page, let's put the voter registration on the front page. Maybe that's the compromise, it'll save some money. Whether or not people will actually register to vote, I don't know, because the other thing I was disappointed in the at-large members, because we previously had 16,000 people registered to vote for the chair. We now have 35,000 people, and Austin he did way better than his opponents, but he still got less votes than I got in the last election that I ran. So we didn't, no, you didn't you did double your opponents, but I still have a total vote count out of 16,000. We should have seen thousands of people vote. So I'm not blaming the at-large people because they have long felt disenfranchised. So I think we need to reach out. I appreciate you sharing with us. The committee is already looking at it. If the committee recommends that we do a voter registration drive, are we going to listen to the committee, or are we going to say thanks but no thanks?
I do have to do a point of info on that.
Okay, go ahead. The list I have right now is Lana, then Kim.
Only because it characterized my vote on the lot. There was several votes that didn't vote for this, the changes on this registration, because there was a big to-do about how it would affect referendums. And so there were several people that did not vote for this because of that. And just for the sake of, discussing this, it's not that I don't want it to be characterized that I'm trying to disenfranchise anybody. I'm reminding what the Constitution says. And there was an argument to be had about being able to automatically register that, and those were legal opinions that in the previous boards adopted and put into election code, that yes, we have the ability to automatically register those in the unit because they're not making a choice, and there's language in the Constitution they based it on. So that's why over the years, that's why they did it that way. And unfortunately, right in the Constitution, it also says that voters residing outside of any unit shall register. I'm not familiar with your 4-year thing. So if you could point that out, that would be great. But
can I ask for a legal opinion, point of information, Mr. President? So we have had opinions in the past that have clarified that both inside and outside are required to register to vote. The argument that was just explained to say that you don't have to do that because you already know where you live and you're automatically in that unit. But that is not the case for the chairman election. So I'm going to ask for legal opinion to share with us whether the requirement to register to vote is equal in both the service area and outside the service area. I know the answer is going to be because I've read the Constitution.
Okay. All right.
If it's not going to happen, it's not going to happen. So I'm not going to get worked up.
All right, Lana, then Kim.
Yeah. We're 6 months away from the next election season, and we put in place the election commission to give recommendation January 7 months. And we vested the election commission to bring back recommendations. Ryan already said that they're working through recommendations on what that should look like in a voter registration. I think at this point, I'm going to defer to them, especially hearing that they are already talking about it, because that's exactly, what we work towards is get the board's nose out of it and let the commission deal with it. But here we are again, they're working on it, that's good enough for me, they'll bring back recommendations. And then, I did like your idea though, Aaron, and I hope it's written down somewhere and someone, that registration on the front page of the paper and the subscription on the front page of the paper, that annual report, that can just, we can call up those people tomorrow and say, look, we already got a fix for the subscription and for you to get the paper. So, I want to defer to the election commission, especially based on that they're already looking at it, so.
Okay, Kim?
Okay, I'd like to defer it too, so I would recommend tabling this until there's more work done on it, but when you look at the numbers, we got approximately 39,000 adult members, and when you look at the last election, approximately 5,000 people voted for chairman. So, you know, you can do all this, but they gotta register to vote. I mean, you gotta register to vote in the local elections. And we do mail out registrations to the new members when they're sending them out their tribal cards, so they are getting up. But you could be mailing those out 2 years ahead of an election, you know what I mean? So that could get set aside. But I'm in agreement, we need to do some more work on this, see what the election committee has to say with their recommendations. And I like the idea of it being on the front page too. That and the address for the tribal newspaper, because Aaron's right, it is buried and it's not very big. So, those are my comments.
Okay, Rob, then Aaron.
So can we just amend this to put it on the front page of the paper when the annual report comes out and then defer any further action to the commission? Is that something we can do, Ryan? With the language that's on this?
Can I make a comment?
Yeah, of course.
I don't, needs a resolution to put it on the front page. I think that's just something they could do, couldn't they?
So,
Jess could direct the
yeah, you wouldn't
communications
need,
department to put it in there.
you could amend this resolution to direct enrollment, to work with the communications to do that. You don't need to do that by resolution. You can just, that could be done as just like a board directive. But it certainly doesn't hurt, or there's no harm in doing it by a resolution, but it doesn't need to be done by resolution, if that's the question.
Okay, and then I'd just like to comment on the constitutional issue, where the Constitution says that people living outside of the service area shall register. It doesn't say that they shall not be registered by the governing body. It just says they shall register, so now they are registered.
And I can give a quick rundown of how we got to our current Chapter 10 if the board wants me to. I'll try to make it quick. Okay, so I'll start with the 4 years that
Well, no, I think we can work it out, because I'm gonna be amenable to refer to the election committee, so,
Okay, so section 1 of our Article 5, nominations and elections, I believe this may be the 4 years that Director Payment is referring to. At 4-year intervals, board of directors shall cause to be made a census and voter registration of the membership within each unit. So that's always historically been read in conjunction with section 4 and 5. Section 4, anyone 18 years and older, member of the tribe can vote or shall be eligible to vote. And section 5, general election called pursuant to this constitution, each eligible voter shall vote within his unit of residence. Voters residing outside of any unit shall register not less than 3 months prior to any election and vote in the unit of their choice. So, setting aside the fact that maybe we haven't done a recent census, the prior legal opinions over the years have been that when we do our census or we do our voter registration drive or whatever you want to call it, the election committee at the time, they knew everyone who was residing in a unit. So that was their like quote census, getting ready for their election. They're getting their voter registration list ready. And so they knew those people lived in a unit, and Section 5 said those people shall vote in that unit, hence our recent historical automatic registered within the unit of where you are residing. That's how we got to that point, right? The current Chapter 10 automatically registers everybody pursuant to Section 5. So voters residing outside of the unit, they're automatically registered because it's the section of the at-large voting for the chairman. Section 2 of Article 4, chairman is elected at large. And so that's everyone who's 18 and older, they're eligible. That's why those people are automatically registered to vote for just the chairman, because chairman is elected at large. Constitution says everyone 18 and over shall be eligible. Constitution says chairman is voted by the at-large membership. That's how we got to that part of our current Chapter 10. But the Constitution also says, Section 5 of that Article 5, that voters outside the unit shall register and vote in their unit of choice. That has been read, and I don't think I did that written opinion, but it was asked of legal at the time when you all voted on that amendment to Chapter 10, how to read it in light of the Constitution. And the way we read it was because they vote at large for the chairman, but they can't vote at large for a unit director. They have to vote in unit. So you're still meeting that constitutional requirement that they shall register for the unit before they can vote in the unit elections. So that's like the quick and dirty of
So
how
long
we got,
story
how
short,
we got to where we
you
are today.
shall register in the unit for the unit election. Chairman is a separate election.
Correct.
And I'm not arguing that. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that where we have always interpreted, based on past legal, that requirement for at-large and the requirement for inside, because you just heard out of his mouth, census and voter registration for inside, that we've interpreted that, well, that doesn't count to the people that live next to me, but it does count for at-large. That's a violation of equal protections, and it's wrong. It's just blatantly wrong to at-large members to create another level of basically a hurdle for them to participate in the democratic process. Now, having said that, I started out by saying I appreciate the board voting to send that registration card out, and people did have the opportunity to register, but last night you heard, and you're hearing that people feel disenfranchised. So, we should always be about wanting to have a majority of our people, our adults, selecting their elected leaders. That isn't currently the case for anybody sitting on this board. It is for the people who were automatically registered, but it isn't the case otherwise. So I'm comfortable with referring it to the election committee. Like I'll even make the motion that we refer it to election committee so that we can get their opinion on it. But I also think that the one problem with the newspaper route is I asked Jennifer for the number of people who got the annual report last year and the last 2 years. It's about 2,705. That's a lot different than 35,000. So we're still missing we're missing 8,000 people. And it could be households, so maybe we could look at that and see. But we should be, in a democracy, we should be about making it easy for people to participate, not creating barriers to diminish their participation. So, all right, but I'll be willing to make the motion to refer.
All right, let's move on. Next resolution, seeking land claims fund reimbursement from the city of Lansing for land purchase associated with the Lansing land acquisition, and place said funds back in the land claims fund to increase annual elder dividend.
So maybe we have an answer since the last time we talked about this, but before I left office, the city of Lansing already said that they were not extending an opportunity for us in Lansing. So we have $270-some thousand spent. Is it 270,000 or 370,000? 287. We have money that we expended, and we have an agreement with Lansing that if we don't proceed, that we get that money back. And so two general councils ago, the board gave direction to general counsel and the chair and the treasurer at the time to go to the city and negotiate to get our money back, because the agreement says that. There's no reason why Lansing still has our money. So when I asked this question last week, I was a little surprised that we
haven't tried to get that money back, but they owe us $287,000. They don't plan to move forward. That agreement's done. The agreement says that they will pay us back. That money is land claims money. It's interest from the land claims money. We could put that money back into the land claims fund. There's no reason why we shouldn't proceed. So I don't know that we need a resolution to do it, but we haven't done it in 4 years. So it's time for us to do something to make it happen.
Lana?
Yeah, I definitely want to hear, from Ryan, because I completely 100% agree that if that was in the agreement, why haven't we officially sent them a letter just stating, that's expectation, we want that money back?
So I want to clarify, we did send that letter, General Counsel Wernette sent that letter, and we did meet with them. They said the reason why they couldn't pay us back is because the developers at the time sent their attorneys and threatened the city that if they paid the money back, then they would be sued. We're well past all of that now. The developers are out of it now. And I don't think that when you settled with the developers that you gave them the property or gave them the money. So that's a question. But if you didn't include that in the settlement, then it's just we forgot about it and we need to recapture our revenue. It's our money.
So just like from 2012, the agreement language that Director Payment's referring to, there were two parcels. We had a Lansing corner parcel and our Showcase Casino parcel. The corner parcel, I'm having trouble pulling up the agreement, but Josh and I were looking at this last week. So there's language in our agreement that says if the land is not in trust within 5 years of beginning the application process, obviously we're blew past that 5 years, right, and it's not in trust, that the tribe will take reasonable steps to reconvey the corner parcel back to the city. And then the Showcase parcel, if that land is not within trust within 5 years, the city may elect to repurchase for the purchase price stated in section 4.2, but it's not a shall.
Wait, are you talking about Sibley? Lansing
No,
the city of Lansing has nothing to do with Sibley. The Sibley property.
No, I'm talking about Lansing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of that.
That's what Josh pulled up when we were looking. It was signed by it was done by Wernette back in 2012.
So is the money 2 point something plus?
Corner parcel in the agreement said 280, which is in line with.
Oh, I know what it is.
And then
I know what it is. We never purchased the land.
Showcase one.
Right, that was a secondary, there was phase 1 and phase 2. I don't believe, I'm sure, we never spent that money for secondary, because we were doing a parlor postage stamp casino, that's the term they used.
Right, that was almost $1 million. I think was like the value of that Showcase parcel.
No, I think that was the 287. The other one was the opportunity to do another property, but I don't believe that we conveyed any land claim settlement interest for that purchase. We didn't get that far. Well, I asked for this a couple weeks ago, and maybe again we'll table this again. But we're sitting on somewhere between $280,000 and over $3 million, and this board, I don't know why we didn't do anything about it in the last 3 years. So I don't want to stymie it anymore. There's no reason to do that. But if we do need more research and whatever, I'm fine with it. I just want some clear direction that we're not just going to let this money sit in somebody else's account for another 3 years or another election cycle. I don't understand why we would argue against getting back what is owed to us in writing.
I mean, I would appreciate more time to look at the language to figure out what our legal avenues might be, because the language that Josh and I looked at least for the quote corner parcel, which I think is the one we're all talking about, because it was 280,000. The executed agreement that we saw, it was not real strong language that we would be able to recoup. It seemed to be opposite. We would reconvey that land
We
back
may
to the
need to move to
city.
close or something. I don't know if we should be talking about this in open.
Yeah.
But
So guys, we have 10 minutes to complete agenda review.
But-
You guys okay with us skipping this? So it seems like this needs a little bit more work and we can figure out that information.
As long as we do something.
Yep, we will. It's not gonna be parked over there. It's been parked too long. It should have never been parked over there. Never had any trust land in Lansing. Anyways, we'll move on to contribute $50,000 of Sioux Tribe Cultural Enhancement Funds for Anishinaabe-Moan language instruction at Nokomis Learning Center located in Okemos, Michigan.
So, I don't know if this will pass, but they have been doing, Nokomis Learning Center has been doing language instruction for about 20 years. We've never contributed to that. It was created by a Sioux Tribe member, Dr. George Cornell, who went and got the foundational funding. Other tribes, I think at least 4 other tribes in Michigan contribute for language instruction. The majority of the people that go to Nokomis are Sioux Tribe members. So $50,000 to challenge the other tribes to pitch in and help fund a language program at Nokomis Learning Center.
Okay, any discussion here? Bridget?
I'm not saying I'm opposed to this, but I think some of the stuff we should workshop and discuss, like how much, did they request any money from us? Is there, obviously the members talked last night about, wanting better communication, outreach and things. And we do have the language videos and access to some of that online. I just think we should be talking about this in a workshop. That's all.
Okay, Kim?
I was gonna say the same thing, and I also think that, this money would be better spent at somewhere closer to home. Like, doesn't Bay Mills offer language?
We offer language.
Pardon me?
We offer language.
Why aren't we contributing to ourselves or to Bay Mills?
So would you be supportive of
I don't know, I
contributing
think it
cultural
needs to be-
enhancement dollars to the cultural department, Kim? As a question?
Yeah, I think it needs to be workshop. More discussion on it.
Okay, anyone
I would
else?
agree with that.
Mike?
I do think it illustrates, workshopping helps. But with that being said, with it going towards language, I mean, is that the priority too? I mean, maybe those, it seems like I think there was obviously a desire to want to connect, and I agree with that. But is it language? Is it crafts? Do they want a workshop down here? I mean, we're just assuming language and we're throwing it. I mean, it does say and cultural instruction courses, but I think seeing what our own programs could offer too down here might be an avenue too. I wish we would discuss this in a workshop, and then we can come up with some of those solutions together and be able to tackle these. So I'll yield.
Okay, Aaron, then I'd appreciate it if we take a recess to allow staff to get ready for the
So
meeting. We
we-
have 8 minutes before it starts.
We have been requested of this many years in a row. One of our tribal members was the chair. I won't say his name, but then his brother was the chair. So over a span of 5 or 6 years, we did get letters from the Nokomis Learning Center asking for contributions for language. Other tribes have been contributing many, many years, and I conveyed those letters to the tribal board every single time, and we didn't do anything. We didn't even workshop it. We didn't even talk about it. So, maybe Unit 1 could do it, and, I think we probably got 3 votes to do it, and we don't need the rest of the board's support, but last night you heard very clearly the thirst from the tribal members at large that they want to have a connection, and they're not demanding a tribal center or anything like that. They just want to feel connected, and offering them culture and language is the way to do that. So, $50,000 is not a lot of money. We have a fund balance in the Cultural Enhancement Fund of, $300,000 or $400,000. So not every board member is using it. Maybe they will speed up and start using it. I won't say any more than that, but people are sitting on a lot of money right now that we're just not using in the Cultural Enhancement Fund. So, okay, if we tabled it again, I won't be surprised.
Okay, so I lied. I want to talk about one last thing before we recess, and that's the resolution that the Health Division is requesting that we add. So they sent it to the board office on time, but the board office is working real hard right now on a lot of different things, and they missed it, which is okay. The resolution has been passed out to everyone. It's titled Approving Contract Orchard LIS. So we have the Health Division on right now, I think. Do we?
Yeah.
Okay. Can Can you guys explain this resolution?
Sure. This is Carrie, the clinic manager of the Sioux Tribe Health Center in the Sioux. And basically, the purpose of this resolution would be to approve the Orchard LIS agreement for the Sioux Tribe Health Center lab. Orchard LIS will replace our current RPMS software when we move to next gen. So basically, it's the interface that will allow us to put our lab results into next gen. There's the one-time fee for implementation of $199,000. $695, and that's for the implementation and cloud services. There will also be an annual fee of $49,913.87, and that's over 3 years to support maintenance and cloud services.
Okay, thank you. So in a nutshell, we need this to make our lab work compatible with the EHR that we're getting.
Correct.
Okay, any questions, comments? Aaron?
I'm supportive of suspending. Can we take a poll?
I only have 5 minutes. I got one more resolution I need to talk about. I missed another one. So any questions about this one? Okay. All right, next resolution is from EDC. You guys have received it electronically. It's titled Authorization to Enter into Contract with MND General Contractor. Dan, you're on right now. Could you explain this resolution for the board?
They sent it today.
Correct. That would be a authorization to accept the interior proposal for Sawyer Village. Could be that the note is approved tonight and then goes to the health steps. That would just allow us to enter that contract, not have to wait to the August meeting, and to allow that contractor to get in and begin to work with the electrical, plumbing contractors and so forth. So the amount is in the resolution. And it states in the resolution that it is dependent on the Sawyer note being executed. That would just allow us to act immediately if the Sawyer note is executed and accepting the proposal and executing documents.
Okay, I appreciate that. We only have 4 minutes until the meeting starts, so there's not going to be time for discussion. After roll call, I'll determine whether or not we have tribal support to waive the rules. It will require 9 votes to get both items on the agenda tonight, and we can do them separately, okay? All right, so let's recess, and we'll start the meeting in just a few minutes. 5:07, so I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We will start with roll call, please.
Bridget Sorensen. Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Larry Barbeau. Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Michael McCurchy. Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Sean Borowitz. Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton. Lana Cosley Smith. Isaac McKechnie. Rob McGrory.
Here.
Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. There's been a request to add several resolutions to tonight's agenda. The first is titled Approving Contract Orchard List. I'd like to entertain a motion to waive the rules to add this, so I need a motion in a second. All right, is there a second? All right, so let's roll call. Let's figure out whether or not there's 9 votes.
Larry. Yes. Michael. Yes. Bridget. Yes. Tyler.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean. Lana.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Good to go.
Okay, so that will be added tonight to tonight's agenda. The other resolution that's being requested to be added is titled Authorization to Enter into Contract with MND General Contractor. So there's a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Okay, we'll do roll call, and this is again just to see if we can add it to tonight's agenda by waiving the rules.
Bridget. Aaron.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Michael. Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Sean. Tyler.
Yes.
Lana. Isaac. Rob.
Yes.
Good to go.
Okay, so that carries as well. So next is agenda review. Yes.
I'd like to make a motion to excuse Kim Hampton due to a family emergency.
Okay, so there's a motion to excuse Kim Hampton due to a family emergency, and it's been seconded by Lana. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Those abstaining? Okay, motion carries and her absence is excused. So let's get to agenda review. So on tonight's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation, we have membership participation, we have minutes from 7/1 of 25, and we have the following resolutions. We have FY25 budget documentation, Health Division. We have amend purchasing policy / rescind construction-related service policy. We have appoint Saluja Audit Committee. We have Sawyer Village Internal Financing. We have Tribal Intergovernmental Advisory Committee appointment. We have approving MOA Mackinac County. We have award ACC contract. We have award Rhino renovations contract. We have amending resolution 2024-45. We have 2025 at-large tribal voter registration drive. We have land claims reimbursement, Lansing land acquisition. We have Nokomis Learning Center contribution. We have 2 branch separation of powers. And you just waived the rules to add these resolutions as well. Approving contract Orchard LIS. And then we also have authorization to enter into contract with M&D General Contractor. Under new business, we have committee appointments. We have key employees. We have supporting Lake Superior Academy and board concerns. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? And we need to add interim appointments to that as well. My mistake. Yep, my mistake. So we have a motion to accept the agenda made by Isaac, and it's supported by Aaron. Is there any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, we'll vote. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted. And that brings us to our first item, which is invocation. Aaron?
So I'm going to use the mic because people said they couldn't hear me last night. Ani buju biwakajigandishnakas makwa migizi and dodam bawating and donjaba anishnabe ojibwe odawa otuatmi and dao miigwich wabanang miigwich jawanang miigwich ingabinang miigwich gwedanang miigwich nokamasayak miigwich misho ayak miigwich ki miigwich nabish miigwich and dodashabo miigwich gawindiminda miigwich ogichata miigwich ogimak miigwich anishnabe mowin. So I just did my morning prayer in Anishinaabe Moen. It starts out with calling on the Creator and humbly sharing your name with the Creator, and then
recognizing that I'm Anishinaabe. I have Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi blood. And then giving thanks to each of the directions and to our Mother Earth and to our waters. Water is life. To our first sustenance, which is mother's milk. And then I also gave thanks and recognized and called on the ancient spirits to be with us and to also recognize our responsibility to one another. And then I said a special chimigwich to our language. I had access to my language. Not everybody has access to that language. I believe that when we cross over, that we are supposed to know certain things, and when we call on the ancestors to greet us, that we're supposed to share that, including your name. And I know that not everybody has immediate access, and I pray that one day you will have access. We heard that very clearly last night, but I pray one day that you will also have access to our culture and language. Chimigwich.
All right, it's good to see so many of you again. So we were obviously here last night for the community meeting, and we got to know quite a bit of you, but there are some new faces. So if the board doesn't mind, before we get down to official business, just an introduction going around the room. If you want to start, Rob.
Robert McCrory, Unit 1 Director.
Aaron Payment, Unit 1 Director.
Isaac McKechnie, thanks for coming, appreciate it.
Larry Barview, Unit 4.
Kimberly Lee, Unit 2.
Austin Lowe's, Chairman of the Sioux Tribe.
Tyler LaPlante, Unit 5, Vice Chairman.
Michael McCritchie, Unit 1.
Bridget Sorensen, Unit 3.
All right, it is good to be here. So the first item that we have for tonight is membership participation.
Yeah.
All right, so during our meetings, we offer tribal members the opportunity to address their board of directors. It works a little bit differently than how it works last night. We have Clarence here from last night, and he has forms. They're membership participation forms. So if you guys want to talk to us, put your issue in there with as much detail as possible with your contact information, and then we're going to give you 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes to talk to us. We limit it to that just in case there's a whole bunch of questions, and at the end of the day, we got to get our staff home, right? A couple rules regarding civility: no targeting individual board members. I mean, we got enough of that up here as it is. No yelling, no swearing, no anything like that. Just keep it clean. We usually don't answer questions at this setting because a lot of times they're technical, and we rely on our staff to do so. And I can assure you, be contacted in a timely manner if you have any questions. So with that, would anyone like to come up here and talk to us?
Got one.
You got one? Okay.
Right here.
Yeah.
There's 2 on.
All right, Mr. Brian Moore.
We might have another one.
Yeah, we'll get you a microphone so the members on Zoom can hear you as well. Rob, can you lend him your microphone?
That's what we normally do. The little fish. It's not you.
Bonjour. My name is Brian Moore. He asked if I want to say something, and I kind of did last night a little bit. I don't really have anything to ask for or to say to the board of directors other than miigwech for your service, your time, your effort. It's a hard job. Sometimes I can imagine it's thankless in many aspects. And even though our members are all over, you know, we don't get a chance sometimes to show that gratitude. For me, I don't want anything, but as I'm getting older, it's what can I do? You know, how can I help? So recently thank you for appointing me to the cultural committee. I take that very seriously. As you can tell, I don't know, some people know me, some don't, but I've lived my life that way. I was fortunate enough that my mom, even though we weren't connected all the way, she put me in the right spots. as a young man. You know, I had a chance to live with Adam Lucier, Betty Pamp, you know. And living that way of life, I don't get into politics, you know, because it doesn't matter. For me, I have to pray for all of you. So your politics are over my head. But one of the things that drew me to the cultural committee was hearing the cry for people that want their culture. And sometimes, as a body, we don't see all of the resources that are there. We have our own people in our tribe that know these things and can pass them along. And if you go to ceremonies and they say, Shkabewas, that means a helper, right? Well, if we don't teach our young ones to be Shkabewases and show them a good example, they won't strive to carry those pipes. They won't strive to go and fast. They won't strive to be in the sweat. And from what, you know, Tyler, and there's some really good people on the cultural committee and in our communities. So all the pieces are there, and it's my commitment to share what I've learned with my people now. You know, I'm the executive director down here, the Indian Center in Detroit. Been there 14 years. And that's fulfilling, and there's a lot of our tribal people that come in there, but as I'm getting older in life, I need to refocus. You know, my son's getting older, and I see a lot of Sioux tribal members that, you know, how do we do a burial? You know, how does that go? Who do we ask? You know, what is a sweat lodge? What is a fast? What is a bundle? What is a poagin? And notice we have all that stuff within our own people, you know. And if I can help, that's my commitment. Might sound a little bit emotional, but that's 53 years not talking. So I thank you all for your time, your effort, your leadership, your commitment, and I wish you nothing but good health and happiness.
Thank you, Brian. Appreciate it, and thank you for your service. All right, next up would be Danielle Gartner.
Got it. Ani Buju, my name is Danielle Gartner. First, miigwech for having this meeting here and for the invite to be here. It's an honor. But my question has to do with, I'm curious if you have an update or if there are plans to establish a tribal institutional review board.
So I will talk to you after this meeting. So my fiance is a PhD. She talks my ear off about this, so
her.
I know a lot about this topic. So we'll talk, okay?
That would be really great.
Yeah, you won't need a call back. I'll talk to you.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Clarence, anyone else?
That's it for the room. I think
What are their names?
Josie Fagan, but she's Josie Babcock.
All right, Josie Babcock.
Awesome. Hi, everybody. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm on video, and it's good to be with you all today, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm joining as a parent of 3 daughters who attend Lake Superior Academy in Dafter, Michigan. As many of you know, the school is dealing with a Bitcoin mining operation across the street from the school. Like I said, we have 3 daughters who attend. One will be in 2nd grade, one will be in 1st, and we have a preschooler starting this fall. I know I join many parents and the school staff in being extremely concerned about the impacts that the Bitcoin operation might have or is having on our children's learning environment, on their health, and on the environmental impacts that the operation will have. As many of you know, the Bitcoin mining operation is extremely loud and exceeds many township ordinances and how loud it is. Unfortunately, it's my understanding that Dafter Township didn't have anything in place before the Bitcoin operation was created. So I come today first in appreciation that you have submitted a letter of support on behalf of the tribe for the school as they're seeking like legal assistance against the Bitcoin operation. And I just come as a parent to ask for any support that the tribe can provide in providing technical, financial, or research support as the school goes up against a large corporation, to have this issue resolved and hopefully have the Bitcoin operation shut down. I know I'm one of many voices that are very concerned, but wanted to come today as a parent and just say thank you for the support that's been provided, and hopefully it can continue. The school has very limited assets and is going up against a very large corporation, and I'm hoping that by setting the precedent that this isn't okay in our communities and that our children and environment come first, that this will not continue to happen, and no other operations will be created in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Josie. We'll be on top of this and we'll be in touch. Okay, so we had one more individual registered to present to us on Zoom, but we don't see them here. So, proceed with the meeting, right? All right, so that brings us to minutes from 7/1/25. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept them. A motion by Isaac. Hold on. All right, and then support by Aaron, and then Lana is going to be requesting a technical amendment.
Yes, it would just be to remove the final paragraph on page 5. We put this packet together in a rush with a couple meetings interfering last week, and that was from the June 17th meeting. I just didn't get it out of the format.
Okay, with that, I'd like to entertain a motion to amend this amend the minutes to reflect that. Okay, a motion by Isaac, support by Aaron. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Okay, the motion to amend passes, and that brings us back to the minutes. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and those minutes are adopted. That brings us to resolutions. And the first one we have for this evening is FY25 Budget Documentation, Health Division.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget document for the Health Division totaling $65,859,937.
Okay, we have a motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. So we have Jen in the Health Division on right now. Either of you like to present to us?
Good evening, this is Jennifer Clare from the Budget Department. What we are seeking is approval of the 2025 budgets, and there's approximately 80 budgets in this document. We reviewed it with the board a couple weeks ago, and we haven't received any questions since then.
Okay, Health Division, anything to contribute to that?
Nothing on our end, Austin, thank you.
All right, any questions, comments from the board? Going once, going twice. Okay, roll call, please.
Lana. Rob.
Yes.
Michael. Yes. Larry.
Yes.
Sean. Chief.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution that we have is amend purchasing policy / rescind construction-related services policy.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors approves amending the Tribal Purchasing Policy Resolution 2018-121 and rescinding the Construction-Related Service Policy Resolution 2005-137.
Okay, we have a motion by Isaac. Support by Bridget. Bill, could you explain this for everyone, please?
Yes, this is an update to the tribe's purchasing policy. It was last updated in 2018. We made a number of changes and enhancements to the policy based upon the different levels of activity that are occurring since 2018. We also put in a request to consolidate a separate policy that was, used for construction into this policy, and it was workshopped with the board 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Any discussion from the board? Emily?
I just want to add, and thank you for saying that, but for the membership that's here's information, or for anybody who may be online, that we do workshop all of this sometimes for hours, long hours, before this gets to this point. So just so you're aware of how we get to these decisions, it's not just sitting here. Thank you.
I should probably explain that better. So everything on today's agenda, minus a handful of items, have been workshopped, some of them sometimes more than once. So, I mean, we've had exhaustive conversations on all this stuff. Aaron?
So I'll reiterate that while some items haven't been formally workshopped, they have been on the agenda for several years now. But I want to add that for the new policy, does it tighten up the use of, or I would say the abuse of emergencies? Because there was a time when some were arguing that it was an emergency, a JKL, and we didn't have to bid, and there was really no emergencies that I could see. So how was that handled in the revisions?
Generally, what happens is the purchasing department, under the direction of Kara Reno, would look for their request and then determine whether, as you say, it's really a true emergency or not. And if so, they would might incorporate 2 or 3 direct solicits, depending on the nature of the emergency. I mean, if there's a air handling unit or something that's down, or there's a flood or something like that, then they do have, and the facilities department does have emergency powers to get things up and running again. But like you say, what one person's emergency might not seem to be emergency to the purchasing department, and they would deal with it in that manner.
Could I support when the departments have an emergency, a bona fide emergency, but can we get, maybe just as a procedure, get a report whenever there's a so-called emergency? Yeah, because there was a time, there was an era where millions and millions and millions of dollars were exempted from the bid policy because a board member was making the argument they were emergency in nature, and they clearly were not. So.
Sure.
Okay, Isaac?
Hey, Bill, the other thing I'd like to tighten up is, I know in the last couple of weeks, we've approved bids and not below bidder because it wasn't the recommendation. But could we make sure that we get a good explanation of why that's happening, right? Please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I can provide that.
Okay, Rob?
I just want to motion to amend to mandate that there will be a report given to us when the emergency is utilized. I would rather have it be in legislation that's part of the process.
Okay, so we have a motion in support, so now let's have a discussion, and this is to amend, so who wants to speak?
I will.
Okay, and then I will after you too.
Can't imagine why we would argue against it.
What I will say is there is a history of us using emergency situations to avoid a bidding process and to cherry pick who to award contracts to. So if that's happening, we should be notified, plain and simple, right? Okay, so those in support of this signify by saying aye. All right. Those opposed? Those abstaining? All right, so the motion to amend passes. Now we're back on the main motion. Any discussion? Okay. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kara.
The next resolution is reappoint Saluja Audit Committee.
Now therefore be resolved that the Audit Committee recommends reappointing Dr. Madden Saluja with the approval of the Board of Directors for a 4-year term expiring July 2029.
Okay, so we have a motion from Bridget and support by Isaac. Bill?
Dr. Saluja, former professor up at Lake Superior State University, has been on the Audit Committee, I believe, since its inception. And his current term expired in March of 2025, and this would allow for him to be appointed for another 4-year term, which would expire in July of 2029.
Okay, discussion from the board. Isaac?
Yeah, the audit committee reviewed this last month and agree with Dr. Saluja staying on board.
Correct, and he has agreed as well.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Bill. The next resolution is Sawyer Village internal financing.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes Sawyer Village to enter into a 10-year note from the Housing Authority in the amount of $1.5 million at an annual interest rate of 5%. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the government CFO and the CEO of Enterprise Operations in conjunction with the authorized representative of the Housing Authority to execute any loan documents necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the government CFO and the CEO of Enterprise Operations to execute any necessary budget modifications administratively to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Okay, we have a motion from Isaac.
Support.
And support by Tyler. Okay, Dan, could you explain this resolution to the membership, please?
Yes, this resolution is authorizing Sawyer Village to take out a loan from the Housing Authority for $1.5 million. This would be to cover the remaining funds needed to complete the renovation of 42 units that have been out of service since we purchased Sawyer Village. They're in a dilapidated state. We already have outdoor construction has started, siding and roofs. This is the last contract we need to bring on, but we wanted to firm up where the financing would come from internally. I believe we have that in place. The rate is 5%, which is a higher percentage than the funds that we have in our investment fund that are receiving non-risk, and it is a better rate than we get it at banks. So I believe that all parties benefit from this loan, and this will allow us to have that full project complete by next summer.
Okay, board discussion, start with Isaac.
Hey, Danny, how long have we owned those places?
Since the 90s, when we purchased all the units, and by my understanding, they were not in the condition they are in now. They've sat vacant. They have suffered vandalism, severe damage due to the fact that we really just have not maintained them.
So long overdue.
Correct.
Hey, the other thing is you currently have a waiting list of what, 120 plus up there?
I believe it is around the 100 mark. Correct. You are. It's up there. And
so can't wait to get these online. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so this is a project that is long overdue. So just like down here, there's a shortage of housing, especially affordable housing in the Upper Peninsula. And we're talking about 42 units of housing where we can provide housing to 42 families. There's no excuse these units of housing should have been vacant for as long as they were while we were funding pet projects. I mean, housing is the most important thing, in my opinion, housing and health, and I'm glad that we have the funds to renovate this stuff. So seeing no more hands up, we'll roll call on this, please.
Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Sean, Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Michael, Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Lana.
Okay, motion carries, thank you. The next resolution is Tribal Intergovernmental Advisory Committee appointment.
Now therefore be it resolved, the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors nominates the following persons to the Tribal Intergovernmental Advisory Committee to serve while maintaining their current position as a member of the Tribal Board of Directors and Assistant Housing Director. Bridget Sorensen, Director, Representative, and then Maria Mongine, Assistant Housing Director, Alternate.
Okay, so there's a motion by Lana, support by Sean. Okay, who wants to lead us on this? Aaron?
So, all right, I want to mitigate a landmine here. Oh, Maria's on.
So this is an advisory committee that I assume advises HUD, right? So they're requesting 2 individuals be on there, one tribal leader, Bridget Sorensen, and then the other person, the interim housing director.
Okay, so I'm very familiar with this because before I left office, I worked closely with ONAP and Heidi Frechette, who's the senior tribal advisor. I was recruited to serve in this capacity, but I left office. So it was unfortunate that that all happened that way. But NCAI was first vice president when we passed a resolution calling for this. And I was recruited to serve on it, but I left office. So I would like to serve. I don't think I have the votes to become the primary, but I do think we need to keep this seat. It's not transferable. So I would be willing to serve as the alternate if the board wishes to have that. The other thing I want to ask, though, is if the chair is willing to serve in it, because in our system, including our delegation of authority, the chair is our official representative, and for the most part, recommendations to serve come from the chair. So we never asked that question today, so I want to ask that question now.
So I am willing to serve, and I feel like as a master's level social worker, I'm uniquely qualified to serve, especially with my work for the Lodge of Hope. So that's something that I spearheaded shortly after becoming the chairman of the Sioux Tribe. So we began a tribal homeless shelter in Sault Ste. Marie, and it's been a wonderfully successful program, so much so that the state of Michigan agreed to fund it for an entire year. We provide case management. And up until that point, the Sioux Tribe didn't do a whole lot for our homeless population. So to answer your question, yes, I would be willing to serve. And as the official spokesman of the tribe, it would be an honor to do so.
So earlier when we were discussing it, Tyler cited something that is actually correct, and that is in the federal government-to-government relations process, the agencies have a protocol that defer to the elected chairperson, president, governor first. Then they go to council members. So if you are nominated, you are going to be selected.
So what you're saying, according to the process, is a higher priority for chairman, vice chairman, and then lastly, tribal council members.
Yes, and well, lastly, non-elected officials. But so I'm going to make a motion to amend to appoint the chairperson to the primary seat, and Bridget Sorensen, who's on our housing commission, the alternate.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend to replace Bridget with myself. Board discussion. Mike.
We just discussed earlier like how we workshop some things and we don't workshop other things. And we did workshop this, and the conversation never once came up about this. So it's a little taken a little off guard, because the way it was explained to us earlier is that right now this is Bridget's seat. And so if we reappoint someone, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll get it. Yes, there's a hierarchy and he's got a very good chance of getting it, but there are also, I believe, several tribes that might be in line too, and their chairs might be in line to get this too. So just being a chair doesn't guarantee it either. So I was mentioned earlier that a reappointment is much easier to get because the person's already on that chair, and if we change it up, they might not get it. So that is what was discussed earlier. This is a curveball that we're trying to absorb right now. So I guess, is there a guarantee that, and I know that there's a priority, and I know that, but there's other tribes out there that could be, their chairs could be waiting to get into it too. So if we change this and we're changing who we have sit in that seat, I don't know. I'm asking if it's a guarantee that you'd get it.
So a point of information, in the priority system, there is no mention of someone who's in that seat right now. Chairman, vice chair, tribal council member, non-elected person. In that hierarchy, there isn't a person that's currently in there.
Yeah, I guess just for, I mean, for the sake of what we've been talking about though, is that it was mentioned earlier that that's not a Sioux Tribe seat. We said that on other things, that just because the Sioux Tribe member's in it now doesn't mean that it would maintain a Sioux Tribe if we were to switch it. So, or try to get somebody else reappointed. So I just find this odd that this conversation didn't happen earlier, and so now we're being forced to try to balance it between, should it be the chair? Yes, I wish it would have came out earlier, and I wish we would have had that seat already on it. So with no guarantees, I'm reluctant to give up a seat that we may not get.
Okay, so point of clarification. So again, it's not our seat. So just because we have someone that's there and they're renewing, doesn't mean they're going to be selected. Number two, if there are other chairs applying for that seat, then you need a chair to apply for that seat from the Sioux Tribe, since that hierarchy does not list someone that's currently in there. So regardless if I'm the chair or someone else is in the chair seat, appointing the chair to that position serves as your best chance to get someone there, period. So Lana, Aaron. Okay, so we have Aaron, then Bridget, and then I would like to speak, and then if anyone has any questions for me regarding any qualifications, goals for being on that committee, I would welcome you to ask, and then I feel like we should do the same for Bridget as well. I consider this to be a job interview.
Yeah. So, yeah, today I expressed that I would be willing to be the alternate, but I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell the current board would make that recommendation. I appreciate you saying it, but, I mean, that's one vote. So, two. So I do want to explain my qualifications, even though I know I'm not in the mix, is I have testified to reauthorize NAHASDA 3 times. If you ask the National Indian Housing Commission, who's been one of the loudest tribal leaders and tribal chairs that have advocated for reauthorization, have advocated for authorization of VHASH, which is the veterans housing, I'm in the top 3. So I was selected and recruited by Heidi Frechette to be the appointee just before I left office. So I think that if I were the nominee from the board of directors, I would be the appointment. I have no doubt of that. The other thing, though, is, you know, with reference to our staff making a recommendation to the board of directors who we should appoint, they somehow skip past, and I'm not going to say it's disrespectful, but they skip past the chairperson of the tribe. The chairperson of the tribe is the official spokesperson of the tribe. And the chairperson doesn't need permission to go in to testify. Also, and this is not a criticism, but if the chair's office has the responsibility, the work that happens at the national level is going to be reported back, because we get reports constantly of the testifying that the chairman does, any roles that the chairman does. We get that repeatedly. We have never gotten that from Bridget. I will say Bridget has put it in her articles, and she has consistently put it in the articles. But I think the weight of the tribe and the chair's office to support that. So I know by making this motion, my contention is completely not there, and we're probably going to appoint Maria, a staff member, over an elected official, qualified elected official, which I think would be a travesty. But and so we'll see what happens. It's really going to be politics. It's going to be depending on how the votes shake out on this board and who they support. But the official role of the chairperson is the spokesperson of our tribe. We haven't revoked that. That has continued through all incarnations. And so if we nominate our chair, I'm confident that our chair is going to get the appointment, 100%.
Okay, Bridget, Rob, Kimley.
So I just got to tell you how this came about, because I didn't seek this out originally. I was asked if I wanted to do this. The commission appointed me, I think it was in 2022. The board voted on it at this table, and then I was voted on, and that was, you know, because I was the chair of the Housing Commission. I've been on the commission since 2016. And I did say that anything that comes up at our meetings, I report to housing, and I get their opinions, and I bring that forward, and I write in my unit report. No, I don't bring it to this table all the time, but a lot of other people don't that are on committees, that we don't get these trip reports that were supposed to be part of travel years ago. There are other people on this committee that are housing directors, because that's what their tribe chooses to do. So I have no, you know, there's no ego in this for me. I'm telling you, if somebody wants to take it, you can have at it. I mean, I put a lot of time into this with the meetings and the subcommittee meetings. So all you're going to take work off my plate. I mean, I know you guys have issues with me right now. So this is ridiculous, but hey, if you want it, have at it.
Are you good with me having it? Bridget, does that mean you're withdrawing your nomination then? No. Okay. All right, so that doesn't really mean what it means then. All right, Kimley.
Well, unfortunately, sometimes we don't see, I guess, conversations prior to this, and I'm not getting in the middle of the board's drama. I am going to support what was brought forward, and I'm going to leave it at that, because that was the recommendation. And because that's exactly what it is. It's not just politics, it's drama. And this is absolutely ridiculous that we're having this conversation now when it was a big event earlier and all of these things could have been said then. But now, instead, because of other people's feelings, this is what it's turned into. So I will support it as it is. And if you would like to step up as the alternate, I will also support that. But otherwise, I'm going to leave it alone because I'm not getting in the middle of everybody's drama.
Okay, so I'm going to talk now. So housing is very important to me. So as a kid, I grew up in all the subsidized housing in Sault Ste. Marie. That would include Sioux Tribe housing. It would include Bridge Village. It would include Sioux housing. It would include market-based rentals with MISHDA vouchers. I mean, I've lived in all of it. And when I got on this board, one of my biggest goals was to improve housing security for our members. So I started a homeless shelter for the tribe, and I had to kick, scream, claw. It wasn't even funded by our tribe, number one. So it's a housing-related expense, but the Housing Authority was not willing to fund it. We had budgets passed at this board level where Bridget's voted against it, and I can't imagine a world where we're going to send someone from this council to DC to represent us when it comes to housing who has that proven track record when it comes to homeless services. So I go to the homeless shelter every single week. I coordinate the Feeding America distribution in Sault Ste. Marie, and on average we distribute 8 to 15,000 pounds of food, right? I bring all the leftover food to that homeless shelter. I'm up there pretty regularly, and I mean, we had a ribbon cutting and people attended it to see that property. Not everyone did. Not everyone did. And I think that that is disqualifying from this position. Do I have opinions about people on this board? Absolutely. We spend every Tuesday together. We spend more time than we need to. But that's what motivates me. I was interviewed by Michigan State University regarding that homeless shelter, and they actually came to the shelter to do a story on it. Like, it's a big deal, and you don't have tribes all over the country running that type of program. So it's something I'm pretty proud of. Does anyone on the board have any questions about my intentions, about what my goals for getting on there is? Anything at all? Rob?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that I've had this question on committee appointments before, where I question why we send someone that's not our chairman. First of all, us directors are not elected by the membership as a whole. We're elected by units. Our membership votes on the chairman with the understanding that they are going to represent us at the top level. That should be the voice, and that should always be the first selection. Whether we agree with who sits in the chair seat or not, they have a duty, a constitutional duty as well, to represent us at the highest levels. With that said, I don't know if many people understand the way some of these committee appointments work. There's just explained a little bit that chairmen hold higher standings in the committees. So we're going to have a higher opportunity to have a louder voice if we send our chairman. But on principle, I think that the chairman should always be the first selection, and it should be automatic. It shouldn't even come to this board. Our members decide that at election time, and they vote for our chairman for that specific reason, for them to be the voice of this tribe. So yes, the board has the duty to give direction by vote, but the members select who that voice is, and they select the chairman. And that's why all members vote on it, and not just members of a unit. Everyone else at this table is only selected by a unit. So do we really have that authority to determine which one of us over the chairman duly elected by the membership should be sitting on committees? I don't think so. So that's my position on it. And then, you know, I think it speaks volumes that we even have a homeless shelter. And if there was any votes, I don't recall, but apparently there was votes that from our housing commission not to fund it. That's crazy. So, I mean, I guess my main point here is that we need to maximize our efficiency in DC, especially with federal budget cuts coming and this federal bill that is looking like it's going to pass at some level. We don't have the luxury to sit here and play politics at this table. We need to absolutely make the best decision that maximizes our efficiency in DC. And my opinion is that's the chair. I guess I do have a question for you guys. Can you name the HUD director that you'll be working with?
Not Marcia Bush.
Bridget? Scott Turner. Scott Turner.
So we need someone that's knowledgeable that can go there. So I got some more questions if you guys want to ask, but I'm gonna support the chair going.
Aaron?
So it might seem a little schizophrenic because today I did advocate for appointing Bridget, and I am interested in being the alternate. I'm really interested in being the appointee, but I know that's not going to happen. I was a housing commissioner for a number of years, and when George retired, to me, I was a vice chair. I really wanted to serve in his seat because he was a national leader, and I wanted to kind of try to carry that forward. And it took 2 years for me to get the votes to get on the Housing Commission. And one of the things that was happening at that time is the Housing Authority was recommending 33% increases to all of our tenants across the board, low income, and also there was a whole bunch of people that were not eligible for a subsidy, including staff members of housing. And so that was a problem. And so I brought that to, Lana's the only one left on the board from that time period, but I did all the calculations and I brought that forward. We seem like we've gotten a little astray from our original purpose as the Housing Commission because a couple things have happened since I've been back that I've watched. One of them is looking for economic development for enterprises that don't make sense and not supporting economic development for housing that makes sense. That's exactly why they exist. But it was almost like a fight to get them to support the homeless shelter. Also, and this really hurts me, but last year, a 17-year-old's parents both died, her mother died, and housing served her an eviction notice. They told her she had to move out. And I think the reason it happened is because if she turned 18 and she was on a lease, that was her house. So they wanted her out of the house before she turned 18. I think ACFS dropped the ball on that too because this 17-year-old's mother died of cancer. She was her primary caregiver, and she had to get out of housing. That was heartless. I can tell you, George Nolan would have never let that happen. Never. And I tried my best to try to convince the housing administration, the housing board. Nobody listened. So we need a reset. So I'm not opposed to Bridget being the alternate. If the chairman doesn't become the nominee, but, by a vote of our board, I'm still supportive of Bridget becoming the primary, but I just think that it makes sense for our chairperson of the tribe, like Rob said, is elected by all the members of the tribe, all units. And so I think that makes sense. And I didn't know there was an interest earlier today until I talked to the chairman because housing never bothered to even ask the chair if he was interested. There's a little misstep and a little protocol there with not respecting the chair seat by not even asking the chair.
Okay, again, I don't have any hands, so I'll make my last case, and then I will once again ask if anyone has any questions because we haven't had this opportunity to workshop, so we can't use that as an excuse. So housing is very important to me, as is maintaining our government-to-government relationship. I have never missed a meeting with the U.S. Senator, with the state senator, with state reps, with the Attorney General when they visit us. Like, it's super important to me. And when I go to D.C., I try to be as transparent as possible. So if you'll notice, like on the tribe's website, sometimes you'll find videos of me testifying. So pretty experienced, and it's gotten to the point where I've been invited to speak in support of certain bills. So the most recent was the forest bill that would give increased rights to tribes that co-manage national forests with the federal government. So again, I have an education in this topic. The homeless shelter is super important to me. It's a service that is new for the Sioux tribe, and I think we can expand it. And we've already been told chairs have priority in that. You don't get preferences because you were on there in the past. So I once again open this up to the board. Do you guys have any questions for me? Okay, Sean. Okay. Okay, Kim.
Ryan, do you have an opinion on this?
In what respect?
Whether or not the priority should be I understand it's a resolution form, so meaning we need to vote on it, but is it
Oh,
something
priority
that-
for Sean's motion?
Yeah.
1 second, let me check.
It's in FACA. It's also in all of the federal consultation policies, chairs take precedence.
And while he's looking up that information, I will once again say that I was elected by all the membership. Bridget was in election too, and I'm sitting here, so. Any last questions?
I understand that, and I'd like Ryan to answer that before I personally vote. So, thank you.
Question to the general counsel?
When they make the selection to who's on the committee, in what order do they prefer certain people applying? So we've been told it's tribal leader, oh, not tribal leader, chairman, vice chair, tribal council member, and tribal community member.
So Kim, are you asking for procedurally what you're doing, or if Austin can be nominated?
Federal law is what I think we're asking. What's federal law with respect to appointments? Tribal leaders.
All right, so
Look up FACA.
I'll pull up the,
Sounds like a square.
We just need to look up the nomination preference.
yeah, but there's also, they have a charter that governs this committee too. Can you give me like 5 minutes and I can get you a better answer than put me right on the spot? If we can recess for like just 5 minutes, all I need.
Let's continue.
Okay, we'll continue the debate. That'll give you time to research it, Ryan. Aaron?
So the official position of this tribe and the delegated authority of the chairperson is the chairperson is the spokesperson of the tribe. So the federal law, as you're hearing it, but it's coming from us, so maybe it doesn't carry any validity, but you've heard it from Tyler, you've heard it from me, not you, but I mean generally, FACA regulations, the department consultation policies, including NAHASDA and HUD's consultation policy, is that tribal elected chairpersons, governors, presidents have precedence and order for speaking. Secondary is tribal councils, and last is staff. Staff almost never get a chance to talk, because as long as tribal leaders want to talk, they cannot skip past the elected leaders and go to staff. So that's commonly known on national advisories. And I believe that is the policy for NAHASDA. HUD.
Okay. Any more questions, comments?
Kim Gravel has her hand up.
Okay, Kim Gravel?
Did we have a call for the vote? Yeah, I thought Sean asked for a call for the vote.
At the time, there wasn't any more hands up. We can do that. Ryan's requesting a couple more minutes just to double check that, if you guys are fine with that, or we can just proceed with call for the vote right now. But there's no one else on the list, like we don't even need to do that. I can just roll call it if you guys want me to.
It's gonna
What's-
shake out how
What is
motion to
Ryan looking
recess.
up?
So there's a preference within the federal government for how they do selections for committees like this, and the preference is this: it's chairman, it's vice chairman, then tribal council member, and then non-elected community member. There isn't a preference given to people that previously served on the committee, but that's what he's double
Okay.
checking.
I'm surprised this is such a big issue now. We have been doing this way since I have been on the board in 2014. This has never become an issue. So I'm with Sean. You're supposed to, when it's call for the vote, you're supposed to ask if there's a agreement to call for the vote.
There wasn't a second, so I guess you could say the motion died due to lack of support.
You didn't ask for a motion. He said call for the vote, and then it went into a big old conversation about something else.
Still need a
Point of
motion in a second.
Point of information, call for the vote is a form of a motion.
It is, and there was no second.
There was no second.
Okay. Do you need any more
That's
time, Ryan?
because it went in, there wasn't a chance for a second. It started going into all this other stuff.
But there needs to be a second for the.
You guys
chair
can
to
do it
hold
right
the
now
vote.
if you'd like to.
Second,
Mike.
then.
Okay.
Second.
So we have a motion, second by Mike and Sean to call
Request
for the
roll
vote.
call.
So we'll do roll call. So this is just to do the vote. It's not voting on anyone in particular. It's just time to vote.
No, this,
No,
okay.
this is
yeah,
call to the vote.
Okay.
The suspend debate.
Kimley.
No.
Isaac. Rob.
No.
Bridget. Aaron. Tyler,
No.
Lana, Michael,
Yes.
Larry,
No.
Sean, Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
It dies.
Okay, the motion to call for the vote fails. 4 yeses and how many nos? 7. 7 nos. Okay, Ryan, you still working on it? So are there any objections taking a 5-minute recess? Okay, hearing no objection, we will have a 5-minute recess and we will be back in session at 6:10.
first selection should also be a tribal elected leader. You then can go to staff if need be for the alternate. So that's for this specific committee on HUD, if that helps answer your question.
So no preference if you've been on there before.
It doesn't, it's not, not in their charter, there's no explicit language that addresses that, no.
All right, Aaron, Larry, Sean?
So my question is the chairperson the official spokesperson of the tribe with the duties to represent us in government-to-government relations?
Yeah, in general, that is what our tribe defaults to for the elected leader who represents us at these types of things. Yeah, it would be the chair. It's not always the case, right? But that would be how we normally do stuff like that would be the chair. And then if the chair doesn't want to do it, another elected official.
Okay. Larry?
It does not.
Okay, Sean?
Larry just answered my question, so I'm good.
Aaron, Rob?
I just want to clarify, because hopefully we're not mincing words or, cherry picking what we want. The federal guideline does not clarify that there's a preference for a seated member. It doesn't clarify that your chair has preference. But I will tell you, and Tyler's correct, I'm correct, that under FACA, there is an order and chairpersons are first. So we can ignore that or we can respect it. The other thing we can ignore and respect is the official spokesperson of the tribe who has the official duty to represent our tribe in Congress and in federal agencies is the chairperson of the tribe. That is our law that we should all line up behind and respect that authority of the chairperson.
Okay, Rob?
I was just going to point back to the Constitution. The Constitution deems the chairman to be the spokesperson of our tribe, elected by the membership of our tribe. I don't think that we should be supplanting that at this table. I think that the membership as a whole votes. All of us were elected per unit, and the chairman is the spokesperson of the tribe, and any delegation should go to him first.
Okay, Kim Lee? Kim Gravel, then Lee. I'm sorry, Kim Lee. I forgot.
Okay, so we have been supplanting our chairman for how many years now on these different committees?
I was like,
A long time. And I'm not sure why it's such an issue now, and why it's told us that the leader can sit on that committee, and that is what we're doing with Bridget as an elected leader. So, we've deferred it, for all these years, with different chairmen sitting at the helm. So those are my comments. I would like to make motion to amend. Bridget as the number one, and Aaron as number two, the alternate.
So that would be out of order because you'd have to vote down this motion to amend, and if that doesn't pass, you'd be brought right back to the original motion, which is what you're
Point of
proposing.
information for the attorney. The motion to amend can't be contrary to the lower precedential motion. So it's different than that, and you cannot make a motion. It'd be like a motion to purchase a building for $500,000, and then another amendment is a motion to build or purchase a different building for $100,000. That would not be in order. So we've been trained on that on parliamentary meeting rules. It has to not be conflicting. That's my point of order.
correct, and it can't substantially change the motion preceding it to Aaron, Director of Payments.
Although I will accept that if it's still a chance after
Okay,
we vote.
so we have Kim Lee, Aaron, then I'll say one last thing and then we'll just vote on it. Larry? Okay, then we'll just vote on it. We'll be done with it. We don't need to call for the vote. Let's just be done with it. Okay, go ahead, Kim Lee.
So we should just assume then that, I don't know why any of this is being brought to the table. If everything's just supposed to go to Austin as the chairman and the spokesperson of the tribe, why are any of us on committees speaking for? I don't understand if that's the case, why this is even brought to the table.
I can provide some clarification as chairman.
I'm not sure truly that you can, because here's the thing, right? Because whether we like it or not, you are also only one person. there's 13 of us here because we all share a responsibility to take care of the membership as a whole and to be their spokespeople, to represent them, to fight on their behalf. So I'm not sure that you can explain it to me, but you're more than welcome to go ahead and
Yep,
try.
I'd like to give it a shot. All right, so there's limited periods where these seats are open. So if a certain individual is already on a committee when a chairman takes office, it would be inappropriate to bring an action forward to kick them off a committee when you don't have a guarantee that that chairman will then be appointed to it. So that's number one. Number two, so we have busy schedules. I won't be able to sit on every single committee, but the committees that I have interest in, the committees that I have educational and professional experience in, you know, those are the ones that I want to be on, period. So I've been a social worker my whole life. I've connected people to housing, you know, it's been what I've done. Okay, so Aaron, Larry, and we'll finish up on it.
Yeah, I think so.
I just want to know who sits on the NCAI. Why isn't it the chair?
So that
The
would
chair
be,
is the delegate, and then the chair, we're all delegates in our resolution. The chair is the primary, and then the chair has the authority to appoint somebody to attend on their behalf.
Aaron?
So what I was going to say is, with this notion that we're in violation or whatever, I appointed Lana to the IHS Substance Abuse Task Force. I appointed Darcy to the CDC. The chairperson of the tribe makes the recommendation and appointments. In this case, I'm not sure why the board brought that forward, other than maybe it should have been the chairperson, but I don't really, it was kind of a murky time about who was really chair at the time, and the board rescinded all of that because it was illegal. But typically the chairpersons of the tribe make the appointment to serve on those committees. And so several of you who have been serving on different committees, I made the appointment and never had to come to the board of directors. So I don't know why Bridget's appointment happened that way, but so I guess, so we're not in violation of anything. Yeah. Oh. Okay, I don't remember that.
all right, last thing I want to say, like I said, housing, supremely important to me. This isn't about going on a trip or anything. I go on plenty of those. This is something that's super important to me, and it's important to note that tribal members, Native Americans, are more impacted by housing insecurity than any other race or ethnicity. If I was appointed to this, I would advocate to the best of my ability for homeless people, period. That's my motivation to get on there, period. We should not be homeless in our homelands. So we'll do a roll call on the motion to amend, so that would be to replace Bridget with myself.
And Bridget to the alternate.
Yeah.
Sean? No. Lana? No. Isaac?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Michael?
No.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
No.
Larry?
No.
Bridget? No. Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
No.
Okay, motion to amend fails. That brings us to the main motion.
Okay, can I get clarification? Can Bridget vote when she's got a conflict of interest?
Because you didn't rule her.
So under our parliamentary rules, you're not mandated to conflict yourself out, but you could do a motion to conflict. You can do a motion to conflict out a board member and state your reasons why they should be conflicted out, and that can be voted on.
Isaac, we don't even need to go there. Everyone that's got a brain knows what just happened, so. All right, we'll roll call on the main motion then. Go ahead.
Motion to amend,
Okay, motion to amend.
to make the chairperson the alternate and that Maria Mangine be the technical advisor.
That
Okay,
doesn't make any sense. Oh, yeah, it does, okay. That's assuming that the main motion passes.
okay. All right, so we have a motion in support. Any discussion there?
Yeah.
A motion to amend to make the Chairman Lowe's the alternate and Maria Mangine the technical advisor. Yes, that's left untouched.
Did you say? You did.
So we have a motion. Is there a second?
Yes, Isaac.
All right, second. Any discussion? So I'll say this, if it's true that anyone else can step up there, Bridget, I will do the work if this passes. So I will contribute and I will take something off your plate. Anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Michael, Sean, Lana, Tyler,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Bridget.
All right. So the motion to amend carries. Now we're back on that main motion. So any discussion on the main motion now? Going once? Okay, Lana. Okay, hold on a second. Lana, who else wants to talk? Sean, did you want to? Okay, I thought I saw your hand go up. So Lana, then Aaron.
So just to be clear, now the main motion is going to be Bridget Sorensen, the representative, yourself as the alternate, and Maureen and Jean as technical advisor.
Technical advisor. Okay, Aaron.
I'd like to motion to tables till we get a response back on the FACA regulations, because Tyler and I are making this up. So there is a protocol, and we're ignoring it. We're ignoring the official duty of the chairperson, but we're ignoring the FACA regulations. So I'd make a motion to table.
Okay, so there's a motion, and you seconded it, Tyler? Okay, so Isaac supports it, so,
I was just gonna say this is due Friday, I think.
okay. We'll roll call?
Bridget. Aaron,
Yes.
Larry,
No.
Kimberly Lee,
No.
Michael,
No.
Kimberly Gravel,
No.
Sean, Tyler,
No.
Lana, Isaac,
Yes.
Rob.
No.
Failed.
Okay, motion to table fails. We're again on that main motion. Any discussion? All right, roll call, please.
Michael. Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Sean, Aaron,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Bridget, Isaac,
Yes.
Lana, Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Bridget, I look forward to working with you on housing-related issues. Good. All right, let's move on to the next resolution, which is approving MOA Mackinac County.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the MOA between the tribe and Mackinac County. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute the MOA with Mackinac County.
Okay, we have a motion by
Support.
Bridget and support by Tyler. The sponsor of this is Maria. So Maria, could you educate the membership what this is, please?
Hi, Maria Mongine, I work for housing. I'll have Veronica Beaumont discuss this resolution as she leads the Unit 3 ARPA project for housing.
Okay, thank you. Veronica?
Good afternoon, I'm Veronica Beaumont, I'm the operations manager, as Maria stated. This resolution is asking the board of directors to approve the memorandum of agreement for Unit 3 ARPA projects to allow us access into the Savard property. It will be in place until our real estate department can get an official easement through the BIA.
Thank you, Vern. Any discussion from the board? Okay, hearing no discussion, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. The next resolution is award ACC contract.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby desires to approve the freezer fridge replacement contract with automated comfort controls for the Sioux Tribe Elderly Building. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the replacement contract with automated comfort controls for the total sum of $79,675, not to exceed $80,000. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes and approves the tribal chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents, including as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Okay, we have a motion from Isaac.
Support.
And support by Aaron. Andrew, could you cover this resolution for us? That are you, Bill?
That's me.
Yeah.
This resolution will authorize the purchase of a refrigerator freezer for the Sault Ste. Marie Elderly Building. The project is funded with ARPA funds and was bid out. There was one bidder as the amounts were given, $79,675, not to exceed $80,000. And it was discussed earlier and believed that ACC at this point would be the best way to go.
Okay, I appreciate that. Any board discussion? So is this the lowest bid?
This was the only bid.
This is the only bid, okay.
Yes.
All right, last opportunity. All right, roll call, please.
Isaac,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Tyler,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Lana, Bridget,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Sean, Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Michael.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. The next
Thank you.
resolution is award Rhino renovations contract.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves entering into a contract with Rhino Renovations for the complete replacement of the roof and gable siding located at the Sioux Tribe Elderly Building. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes and approves funding for the contract in the amount of $220,000, not to exceed $230,000. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to execute the contract with Rhino Renovation and any and all documents necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, and intent of this resolution.
Motion.
Okay, thank you, Tyler. Motion by Isaac
Support.
and support by Tyler. Very good. Andrew or Bill?
This resolution will authorize the purchasing department to issue a contract to Rhino Renovations for an amount not to exceed $230,000. There was bidding process. There were no bidders, so they direct solicited with Rhino, and they're anticipating that difference in the amounts of $10,000 when the roof is taken off, the old roof, in case there's any boards or other replacements that need to be completed to replace the roof at the elderly building, and this is also funded with ARPA funds.
Thank you, Bill. Discussion, start with Isaac.
Hey, Bill, can you make sure that, and I know we talked about this in the past, but we just did a huge remodel to the exterior of our Keewaydin properties in the Sioux. Can you make sure that it's color-coded accordingly?
So
To-
what-
Shingles, you mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, the changes like the roof color and the soffit and the facial and all that.
are we talking about the Elder Center in Unit 1?
Yeah.
All right, so the issue is you just did a major renovation to your flagship property, but parked directly in front of that is the Elder Building, which
That's right.
literally has peeling paint throughout it. So we should probably spruce that up if we want to have true curb appeal for the casino, right, guys? Yeah. So
Okay.
that's what we want to do. We want to fix
And
it up.
I know Andrew we had him work with Dana Schlehuber.
Yep.
So
Yes, they
I
will.
just want to make sure though, right? Because I'd hate to see some other color come up and then it doesn't
Clash.
match or
It does
yeah,
clash. So
clashes.
that building is red, and our casino is now gray and blue.
Right.
It doesn't work, so. yeah.
Okay,
All right,
I will.
anyone else? All right, roll call, please.
Lana, Rob,
Yes.
Michael, Larry,
Yes.
Sean, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Bridget, Aaron, Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. All right, next resolution is amending Resolution 2024-45.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Directors hereby clarifies the method of taxation for vape sales and allocation of tax proceeds. Vape products shall be taxed on a per unit basis, similar to cigarettes. A tax of 50 cents per unit shall be levied on all vape sales occurring on trust land. This 50 cents per unit shall constitute revenue to the tribe. Be it further resolved that of the revenue generated from the 50 cents per unit tax, 25% or 1.125 cents shall be allocated to youth education and activities, YEA programs, and 25% or 0.125 cents shall be allocated to the land claim fund. This is not bifocal friendly. 50% or 25 cents will remain in the tax account. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the Chief Financial Officer and the Tax Committee to make any necessary revisions to the tax code and to implement any required budget modifications administratively to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Does anybody have any readers?
Oh my God.
Motion.
All right, so we have a motion by Isaac and support by Aaron. Okay, who wants to speak first? Isaac.
Hey, motion to table until we get the financials.
Is there a second? All right,
Hey,
motion,
one thing I wanna-
second to table. How about we do it like this? Any objection to tabling? All right.
just got
no
one
objection.
comment.
That's tabled.
Hey, Rob, just so you know, they don't sell the vapes at the Keewaydin properties because it's non-smoking, so it's only a few mid-gems, so.
All righty, guys. Next resolution is 2025 at-large tribal voter registration drive.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby votes to direct the Tribal Registrar and Enrollment Division to send the attached established Sioux Tribe voter registration to all Sioux Tribe adult members not currently registered to vote to encourage them to do so now. Be it finally resolved that associated costs to do the mailer, including a business reply stamped envelope, shall come from the tribe's fund balance and an image of our voter registration.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion and a second?
Support.
Motion and support by Aaron and Isaac. Board discussion. Aaron, you sponsored if you want to go first.
All right, so earlier I just shot myself in the foot, right? Because I kind of had a chance, but I don't really think I had a chance. So I did what I thought was right. But before we throw the baby out with the bath, I did hear some board members say that they would support putting in the annual report on the front page the voter registration, and also the other issue that we have that we heard last night is communications. And we still only have about 6,000 or 7,000 of our 35,000 members that have a free subscription to the tribal paper. Also, they've been asking for an email list to send the paper out electronically because it'll save a lot of money. So if this doesn't pass, I still want us to vote on this, but if this doesn't pass, I hope we don't throw the baby out with the bath. When the board voted last year or the year before, 2 years ago, and I think it was great, to automatically register at-large members to vote for the chairperson, we did do a mailing, or you did do a mailing, and it included a voter registration. There's some argument and I think misinformation. Several board members have asserted that while at-large is required to register to vote, people inside the service area are not required to vote. That's absolutely incorrect, so I am going to ask for a legal opinion, and let's publish that in the tribal paper because I'm tired of hearing that argument. It's not true. Your general counsel read it today, read directly from the Constitution, that says that the people in the service area, the board shall make a voter or a census every 4 years and voter registration for members who live in the service area. How we get from that to board members saying that we're not required to register people in the service area doesn't follow any basic logic. So having said that, I still want to vote on this. We'll see if it passes. If this doesn't pass, maybe we can just agree to send it out in the annual report.
Okay, thank you. Was there someone else's hand? You're sorry, I apologize. Lana.
Yeah, we had this discussion this afternoon, and feel like a twilight zone step. I thought we agreed that we were going to, I thought we agreed that we were going to go to defer that to the election commission. We were told by the general counsel this afternoon that the election commission was absolutely looking at voter registration, and they were going to come for recommendations back to us, and we were going to let them do their job where it was best that it should be at, and that
Mr. Chair.
So you motioning to refer to the election commission?
I'm motioning to refer to the election commission.
All right, so we have a motion and support. Roll call, please.
Wait, hold on.
Not
Oh, yeah, we
debatable.
can't.
Yeah. You can bring it up in board
I
concerns.
wanted to,
Talk about it, board concerns. We'll talk about it. Yeah.
I wanted to stipulate, we take
Oh,
the
Yeah,
recommendation.
we will.
Change
We
the
will.
channel on this.
All right, so this is roll call just to table it and refer it to the election commission.
Hopefully my mic works. Yep. Aaron,
Yes.
Bridget, Kimberly Lee, Sean, Larry, Tyler,
Yep, yes.
Michael, Kimberly Gravel, Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Lana.
Got to.
All right, motion carries. The next resolution is land claims reimbursement, Lansing land acquisition.
Motion.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby votes to direct the tribal chairperson, tribal treasurer, and tribal legal general counsel to work to request the city of Lansing, Michigan close out this project and reimburse the tribe for the full purchase price of $287,080.61 of the land and deposit these funds into the tribe's land claim fund to increase the principal of the fund and eventually increase the tribal elder dividend from the interest earned annually.
Motion.
Okay, motion from Isaac and support by Aaron, and we'll have board discussion. We might as well start with you, Aaron, since you're the sponsor.
Yeah, so for the benefit of the members that live here, and we're just adjacent to the property that the board of directors entered into and voted on before anybody was on this board except for Lana. And I think Lana did not vote for it, so I want to make that clear. And I wasn't on the board then. I would have never supported the deals that we had with the developers on either this property or the Sibley property, because it was exploitative. It was, they spend $10 million, they get 13% for 7 years. And in the end, you know, you deal with the devil, you're gonna get burned. We got sued. They got a judgment of $88 million. It was just a horrible, horrible chapter in our history. But the arrangement, the agreement, the written legal agreement with the city of Lansing was when, if we did not have the land go into trust and we don't ultimately turn it into a casino, that we would be reimbursed for the $287,080.61. Just before I left office, maybe about a year and a half, 2 years, the board authorized me, the treasurer, and the CFO at the time to meet with the city of Lansing to ask them about getting our money back. Because the city already expired the term of the agreement. They already made it clear they would not extend the agreement. So this is chasing a pipe dream that's never going to happen. So we want our money back, right? It's my money and I want it now. And so nothing happened after I left office. So I want to give grace that maybe people didn't pay attention, maybe they didn't know. Half of your board were not privy to that because they were not elected yet. But we didn't do the due diligence to get the money back. So we have $287,000 invested in the east parcel of the Lansing Center. So tonight when we're done, please walk over there, put some tobacco down, just realize that you own that property right now. But the city's not going to let us have it. So it's time for us to close out this arrangement and get our money back. And I know Ryan's at a little bit of a disadvantage because he's our new interim general counsel. But I don't see why we would not vote to recoup the money per the agreement that's already in writing to get that money back. There might be nuances that he has to clarify, and I'm okay with that. But this is to authorize the chairman, the treasurer, and the general counsel to seek to get our nearly $300,000 back. We're facing a deficit this year. There's no good reason for us to let that money sit where we're not collecting the interest on that money.
All right, Kim. Oh, I'm sorry, Bridget, I didn't see it. Bridget said she had her hand up first, so we're gonna call on Bridget. And then we have Kim Gravel. Kim, did you have your hand up too? Yeah, so Lana's in between us, so a lot of times I just can't see it. So Bridget, go ahead.
There's with this resolution. One, this happened in 2012 and not 2010. And we did pass a resolution
Okay, so we have a motion and support to table this. Roll call, please.
Tyler,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Isaac,
No.
Lana, Larry, Bridget, Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Aaron,
No.
Sean.
Okay, motion to table carries. So we will move on to the next resolution, which is Nokomis Learning Center contribution.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby votes to allocate $50,000 from the tribe's cultural enhancement funds as part of a capital campaign and to challenge other Michigan tribes to match or exceed the Sioux tribe's contribution for the purpose of offering Anishinaabemowin language and culture instruction courses at the Nokomis Learning Center.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and support. Aaron, if you'd like to go first as the sponsor.
Yeah, we workshopped this today, and so in the past, we've had an executive director at the Nokomis Learning Center who was a Sioux Tribe member. We've had the chair twice that was Sioux Tribe members. During that time period, we got letters. Today, it was erroneously stated that we never got a request before, but we did get letters from them for several years in a row by the chair of the Nokomis Learning Center. I'm not going to share his name because that'll just muck it up. But they have been asking tribes for the last 10 years for contributions for language instruction at Nokomis Learning Center. Last night we sat here and we listened and we seemingly expressed support for language and cultural outreach to the community. But let's put our money where our mouth is. I also shared yesterday that 15 years ago, Renee Robinson did a survey of our at-large members, and where this notion that the at-large members are demanding this or demanding that, the highest priority was culture and language, that people want to feel connected to our tribe. And so, so we did get those requests. As chairperson of the tribe, I did forward those requests to the board of directors, and we never funded it. Other tribes, 4 or 5 other tribes in the state of Michigan, have consistently funded language instruction and culture at the Nokomis Learning Center. But the vast majority of the attendees at the Nokomis Learning Center are Sioux Tribe members. We have 7,000 members that live within the radius of Lansing and East Lansing. So I don't see why we wouldn't support this. If the board doesn't support it, I'm going to ask the Unit 1 board members to do it, but I wanted to bring it here first so each of you that expresses support for culture and language would have an opportunity. We have, $240,000 sitting in the cultural enhancement funds that are not expended. Right. Yeah, well, and I think one unit has over 200,000 that hasn't spent those funds. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so we have the money to do it. It's not going to come out of tribal support. It's not going to put us short up home. It's not going to cheat the members in the UP out of anything. And this is your chance to demonstrate to the members that you support what they requested last night, culture and language.
Okay, so we have a list. I have Kim Lee, I have Mike. Did I forget anybody? Okay, go ahead, Kim.
So I think that this is something that we should probably workshop a little further, because I do agree that we need to bring more culture within the outside service area as well as in the service area. But I don't know that that should be excluded to anybody that doesn't live in this area. What can we do to support getting it online? What can we do to support, I mean, we could go much further with a discussion of maybe having a conversation with them. What could $50,000 help do to really grow that beyond, not just within that building, but beyond that? So I do think that we should have that conversation, but at this time, like I said, I'm in a motion to table it, because I think we can have that conversation, but how are we going to make it bigger than that?
Okay, so we have a motion to table. Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion and a second to table, which suspends debate. So we'll do roll call.
Kimberly Lee. Yes. Isaac.
No.
Rob.
No.
Bridget. Aaron.
No.
Tyler,
Yes.
Lana, Michael, Larry,
Yes.
Sean, Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Okay, motion to table carries, so we have to move on to the next resolution. The next resolution is two-branch separation of powers.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby votes to direct tribal legal to prepare a single amendment to the Sioux Tribe Constitution and bylaws that creates a two-branch separation of powers to include a legislative and judicial branch substantially consistent with the final work product of the tribe's Constitutional Convention Committee. Be it further resolved that the tribal legal has at least 60 days to prepare a resolution for the board to request a secretarial election for this purpose. Be it finally resolved that at the expiration of the 60 days, if the tribal legal so requests additional time to prepare said constitutional amendment, they will be granted up to an additional 30 days.
All right, is there a motion? Motion by Aaron, is there support?
Support.
Support by Rob. Board discussion, who wants to go first? Aaron? Okay.
Yeah, so Director McGrory put this on the agenda in October, and we said we would have sessions within 30 days. We did not do that. We did finally have some sessions, workshops. There was an argument to go back out to the membership and bring it back out to all the communities, to get their input. We spent about $600,000 on the committee in 2 years of people's time, and they recommended it. And I know there was, I'm not going to be specific because I don't want to offend anybody, but there was comments last time that the committee didn't all support it. But somebody, I don't even remember who, somebody sent me the letter that the chairman of the committee sent to me, and it was unequivocal. There was no opposition. It said that they unanimously approved it, and that they wanted the board not to dig their fingers into it and to try to mess it up. So that was the official statement of the committee in a memo from the chairperson of the committee, and I'll circulate that to everybody later, or tonight or tomorrow. I'll circulate that. So I feel like, we're kind of hiding the ball on this. We did have a roll call poll. We did have a roll call poll on how many people supported a 3-branch. We had 7 board members who expressed it. 1 board member who said that they supported a 3-branch has since made it clear that they do no longer support a 3-branch. The rest of the board members didn't indicate whether they supported a 3-branch or a 2-branch. But at the last workshop, we had a discussion, and we heard from several board members who said, I don't support a 3-branch at this time, but I support a 2-branch. A majority of the board members said that. So this is now time to put your money where your mouth is. Because if we said we supported a 3-branch separation and we had 7 votes, and then that no longer is tenable, but then now we have a majority that said we have a 2-branch, I want to see where the votes lie. And what this resolution does is it gives up to 60 days, which is a lot of time, but what we shouldn't be doing is going back and dismantling what the committee came up with. But since the board's not willing to do a 3-branch, that's off the table. That's never going to happen. I want to apologize to the tribal members that I have to concede on this, because I think a 3-branch is best. That's what the committee for 2 years recommended unanimously. So I don't know if people were telling the truth last time, or they just didn't know, they didn't see the memo, maybe they weren't at the meeting or don't remember, but it was unanimous. But that's not going to happen. So I want to save and salvage what we can. And a 2-branch, a majority round and round and round this room said they support a 2-branch, but that was a verbal. That could always change tonight. We'll see if people are good to their word. But it gives legal 60 days to prepare from what the original committee did, to make sense of what will work and what won't work, because I do think that's important. But if we don't have enough time in 60 days, it gives them the ability to request another 30 days, so that's up to 90 days. If we can't do this within 90 days, then we don't intend to do it. So that's why I want to have everybody on the record tonight. Do you support a 2-branch, just like you said at the last workshop that you did?
Okay, Mike?
I was one of those people that said I no longer support a 3-branch, but I do support a 2-branch. With that being said, I'd vote for this, but I do have reservations though, because we don't workshop stuff. And whenever we don't workshop stuff, it often gets tabled, and that seems to be a theme that we do a lot because we don't get everybody's input. We don't get legal considerations in here, and I get that 60 days and up to 90 days doesn't, it got stated that if we're not committed, but we are just, we are just dealing with, we just lost our legal counsel less than a month ago. We'll be addressing that later tonight. But that being said, they got a lot on their plate too, so 90 days is a long time, but is it long enough? So I would have questioned that. I would have liked to workshop this. I'll support it as is, but I do think when we avoid workshops, it makes it problematic to have these discussions, because we're hashing it out here. We didn't workshop this at all earlier. We ran out of time, so we didn't get to workshop this at all. So I wouldn't be surprised if it got tabled. I'm not tabling it. I'm not calling for that motion. I do support 2-branch. I'm concerned with the 60 days and the extra 30. I don't think that's a long time, because we are dealing with some big stuff still too. We have that cyber tech that we went through is monopolizing a lot of our lawyers' times, and there's other issues that they're dealing with. So, and to be quite frank, the likelihood of the BIA moving on all this isn't an urgent thing, because they're not going to have the funds to do it. But that doesn't dismiss that we should put it in their hands. I do think that we should put it in their hands and that we should deal with it. But I don't think that there's an urgency to get it done, because I don't think the BIA is going to move on it very soon. With that being said, though, I support a 2-branch government, so we'll see where the chips fall.
Okay, Kim Gravel?
Okay, the first thing I wrote on this resolution when I looked at it was, we did not workshop this. I had asked for a workshop the last time this came up, and nothing happened. So I'm in agreement with the, we didn't workshop it. Maybe we should ask Ryan what would be a good time frame for him to look at it, because I agree 60 days is too short. Would 120 or would 6 months? I mean, what would he do? And then, like Mike said, when this gets to the BIA, at least it gets there. It's not gonna be a priority for them.
Okay, Ryan?
I mean, we're short-staffed, as you know. We're down from 3 attorneys in-house to 2. We are juggling a lot of complex litigation right now with the cyber event, with our appeal to the Supreme Court, other lawsuits. If I had to pick a number today, yeah, 6 months or sooner. If the language was within 6 months or sooner, that would be, we could manage that with our department. I mean, hopefully we can be full staffing, soon. 60 days, even 90 days, could be pushing it just with the capacity that we have. I wouldn't want our department not to be able to fulfill that that timeline in a manner that gets the board the language that they need. I know we have documents to work off of, and I know former general counsel was working on certain drafts that we don't have access to because of the cyber event. So I would prefer 120 days with the expectation that legal would try to get it to the board sooner than that, but that would be like the hard deadline for us.
Okay, you good with that, Kim? Okay, Rob?
Okay, I am sick of hearing excuse after excuse, and this is going to drag on and on and on. So I'm going to give a little bit, I'm going to talk for a minute, but I want to give a little bit of an overview of why this is so important to members who might not stay up to date on the motions of the tribe. So as it stands, the board of directors retains all power of government. That means that there's no checks and balances. So our court is subordinate to this board. we appoint the judge, and all employees within the court are also subordinate to this board, which makes a dysfunctional government. It means that there's no checks and balances, there's no membership standing within our court. Our court does not have the authority to review the laws of this board of directors, to determine whether or not they're constitutional or even legal under our Constitution. And the board of directors over the years have passed many things that are contrary to our Constitution. So the importance of this, the reason it is so important is because my belief is that the structure of government should be determined by the membership, not by this board. And so what we need is a constitutional amendment where the members vote to amend our Constitution to separate the powers of government, which would make our courts independent of the board and not subordinate to them anymore, to this body anymore. It would make the judicial staff elected by the membership and not appointed by this board, and would give a clear check and balance. Another issue is that this board retains the authority to create policy and legislation while also being the same body that is expected to carry out the executive functions of it, which isn't a check or balance either. That means we create the law and then dictate what the staff does. So there's arguments that even recently that the board take action outside of policy, their own policy. So it's dysfunctional. And so in 2005, the membership convened and wanted to create a committee that would bring forward a new constitution and amendments to the Constitution that was developed by the people, by the members, which is the way that changes of government structure should be done. It shouldn't be done at a legislative table like this. So that power should remain with the members. From 2005 to 2008, they created a draft of a new constitution that was brought to all of our units and endorsed by the Constitutional Convention Committee. And their intent was not to have that manipulated at the board. It was specific that what they brought forward was not to be changed by the board of directors. And there's good reason for that. And so that was to be sent to the BIA. So this board even discussing changing this at this table is contrary to what our membership wanted. So like I said, my belief is that the functions of government should be determined by the members, and then we are elected by the members and should operate in the structure of government that the members decide that they want to have their structure of government be. So the fact that we're here discussing a two-branch government, to me, is, and I don't think that Director Payment was intending this, but it's, I think out of frustration that this board has consistently neglected to move forward on what the membership wanted. And so one of the main components of the new Constitution is the separation of powers. And not every person, but the majority of this board has at one time expressed that they would support that. Why it's not moved forward from 2012 to 2025 is complete negligence to what our membership wants. So I have a real fundamental issue with this, is that we are now discussing a two-branch government. I believe that that notion had come from this table on many occasions, and to me, it's only a way to preserve more board authority. It doesn't provide a clear check and balance. I understand that there's some support among members to do that, but I can't support it unless we give the members an option. So if we're starting with the 2012 draft, which is what this resolution calls for, and we're extracting the components needed to make a two-branch government out of it, I would like to motion to amend this to also have direct legal to extract a three-branch government and then give the membership the choice, do you want a 2-branch or a 3-branch? Outside of that, it's complete neglect to what the Constitutional Committee set forward, because if you read the new Constitution, there's no debate on what they intended. They intended to have a 3-branch government.
Is
So
that your
for-
motion to amend?
My motion is to amend that, yes.
I'll second.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, you made a motion to amend the resolution to send 2 options to the membership in the secretarial election. One is a 2-branch, then one is a 3-branch. So would
So-
that work, Ryan?
So my motion to amend would be to direct legal to take the 2012 draft, like this resolution does already, and from it extract what would be the 2-branch structure within this, and then the 3-branch structure within this, bring that, and then that's what we forward to the BIA. And then when it comes back, we're doing an amendment, and the membership can decide between the 2.
Ryan, is
Yeah.
that a possibility? Is that
That-
something that we can do?
That is a possibility. I wouldn't want to send to a secretarial vote 2 different constitutions. We'd want to nail that as a tribe down before we ask the members to vote. It's going to get confusing if they see 2 different constitutions. But if we can figure out that process on our end to nail down whether it's 2-branch or 3-branch, and then send whatever one of the 2 out, yeah, that's doable.
Okay, so we have a motion by Rob, supported by Isaac. Okay, so we have a motion to amend, and we'll have a discussion now. Aaron?
So I want to be very careful, because I know when I speak, I sometimes speak too long, and then people vote against it, what I want, because I'm talking about it. So I will vote for this. If this doesn't pass, I am going to vote for a 2-branch. And it's not like I'm giving up, because the people want a 3-branch. They want a real government with a 3-branch. And I know there's been a lot of arguments thrown out there that tribes are, satisfied with the 2-branch or whatever. But those tribes, and somebody communicated this to us, those tribes are all seeking amendments to improve that to a 3-branch. Also, this talk about not having workshop this, we did workshop this. Not everybody was there. Some people have medical reasons or whatever. But when we did talk about this a couple weeks ago in a workshop, that's where we went around the room, and I'm not making this up. That's where a majority of the board said, well, we don't support a 3-branch, but we will support a 2-branch. And we did workshop that. The reason I put it on the agenda is because I know we're not going to do a 3-branch. We aren't going to have the votes to do that. I'm doubtful that we will honor giving the members the selection, the choice to choose a 3-branch or 2-branch. I find that disrespectful that we aren't even allowing them to give us their input, but I don't think that's going to pass. So when that doesn't pass, then I hope we will still consider, and I have a potential amendment to extend the time period to 120 days, which legal confirmed should be enough time if we don't do the 3-branch versus 2-branch, if we come down and then vote on a 2-branch. To me, it's really important. This is not a new conversation. So when we act like, no, I'm going to be careful how I say that. So when it's proposed that we have not workshopped this enough or we don't understand it enough, this was done how many years ago? From 2008 till now, I can't do the count right away. What is that, like 17 years or whatever? They had a full product. It was unanimously supported. It was erroneously said that they didn't unanimously support it, but we have the memo. And they worked through all the details. We're not going to do that, though. I differ from Rob on this. We're not going to do it. So if we're not going to do it, I want to salvage. I don't want, years and years and years to have gone by and for us to keep filibustering and making excuses, because the bottom line is, whether it's intentional or not, a majority of the people on this board did campaign in their campaign materials. I know because I saw their campaign materials. I helped some people write their campaign materials. And I know that a majority of this board supported a 3-branch separation of powers. And some people are not supporting that now. And one of the reasons I think maybe is because once you get in here and you get a taste of the discretionary authority that you have, that you're not accountable to any court system, that the members can't bring a cause of action if they feel you're violating the Constitution, that's a pretty comfortable position to be in, because you're not answerable to anybody. And I think that's not tenable. That's not a good way to operate government. So, all right, so I will call the question.
Okay, so there's a motion to call this to the question. Is there a second? So this would suspend debate and force us to vote on it. Going once, going twice? The amendment,
Yeah.
yep. So there's a motion and a second to call for the question, so we'll do roll call on that.
Tyler,
No.
Rob,
Yes.
Michael. Kimberly Lee,
No.
Isaac,
Yes.
Lana. Larry. Bridget. Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Aaron.
Yes.
Sean. Failed.
Okay, motion to call the question fails. That brings us back to the motion to amend. Bridget?
Can I get a list?
So, I agree with Rob as far as the getting input from the members, whether they want a 2-branch or a 3-branch. Is there a simpler way that we could do that than having you prepare 2 old documents that way and submitting them both to the BIA? Is there a way to do, like pros and cons of that, and somehow we get membership input on that before we send the final document to the BIA? Because I think that's important, but having you do the work of 2 whole things and then sending that to the BIA without us giving direction on which one we want for them to vote on seems complicated.
So we've done, right, we did membership input / surveys on our amendments to Chapter 10 2 years ago. Legal could be directed to prepare a document that explains from our legal perspective the pros and cons, or how it would work with the 2-branch versus 3-branch. You could do some kind of poll of our membership online, through the mail. I don't know what that cost would be. I mean, it would be similar to the cost of an election. But yeah, we've solicited feedback on other things recently. Election Commission is doing it with their ongoing revision of Chapter 10. So certainly we could put together a document that, if the board approves, it can go out to the membership and then solicit feedback from them through email, mailers, website polls, whatever. Any and all of those avenues, right?
Okay, Aaron, then Rob.
I'd like to make a motion to amend to submit a survey out to the membership to have legal prepare the 2 differences between a 3-branch and a 2-branch, and have a confidential survey so the members can weigh in on whether they want a 2-branch or 3-branch.
So this would be a motion to amend the amendment.
Yep.
So is there a second?
Well, we don't have an amendment right now.
Yeah, there's an amendment on the floor.
Rob motioned
Oh.
and Isaac seconded.
Okay.
Yeah, it's getting hard to follow.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's already a motion to amend on the floor, and that's to give tribal members basically 2 options, right? So what you're doing is you're motioning to amend the amendment.
No, I think we voted that down. Oh, no, we voted on the call the question. Okay, I'm sorry.
We're all over the place. It's
I'm
late in
sorry.
the day. So.
I withdraw.
Yeah. So we have a motion and we have a second. Oh, you're withdrawing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because I know how it's going to go. I mean,
All right, so we're back on the motion to amend. So let me make sure.
Not gonna happen.
Rob, then Kim.
Oh, okay, so I agree with Bridget on the aspect that it would be a little bit of a waste of time for us to go to the BIA first before going to our membership, because as of now, our membership has only supported a 3-branch government. And if our intent is to give them the option between 1 and 2, I think the option also has to be, do you even want a separation of powers? I believe that the majority of the membership do, but I'm in favor of a board-initiated referendum or a board-initiated survey that ask just a couple questions. First question, do you want a separation of powers, yes or no? And then the second question would be, yeah, if you answered yes, then which would you like, a 2 or 3 branch? And then have the documents that are prepared by legal directly within that, so the membership have all the information they need to make a recommendation to us as to what they want. So I think that.
Is that your motion to your
So I guess I'm gonna have to change my motion.
No, you can't do that. You
Can't.
can
So,
amend.
so I can
But you can amend
modify
your
my
amendment.
amendment.
What you're doing is you're motioning to amend the amendment.
Yes.
And after that, there can be no other ones
Right.
until we start taking care of these.
Right. So, right now, my motion is to direct legal to create a 2- and 3-branch government based off of the 2012
With pros and cons.
final draft with pros and cons. And now my amendment to that amendment is that prior to sending it off to the BIA, we will send it off to our membership to determine if they would like a 2- or 3-branch separation.
Okay, 1 second. We're getting all over the place, so I want to document it.
But I
that way
also
it's
want-
accurate, and she needs to do the same for minutes, so just pause 1 second. I got you, Tyler.
Prior to sending to the BIA, send to members with the 2- and 3-branch options documents.
With
And let
pros
them
and
decide.
cons.
With
Yeah.
pros and cons.
Okay, so we have the main motion, that's the resolution.
So
that's
I'm
being
not-
voted on.
I'm-
Hold on a second.
Yeah, but my amendment's not done.
Second one was a motion to amend, and that is to draft 2 options with legal with the pros and cons with both, right? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then the motion to amend the amendment is what?
Survey.
And I would like this to be time certain, so, within,
120.
well, the legal has 120 days to produce the document. Once that document comes back to the board of directors, I would give,
Real brief synopsis of what it is. I motion to do the following.
yeah, I'm doing that. I motion to, have a survey sent to our membership to determine whether they would like a 2- or 3-branch government, including the document produced by legal with the pros and cons,
Time
that-
sensitive.
with time sensitive within 30 days of receiving the document that we forward to the BIA.
So it's basically to survey the membership to see what their
Yes.
opinion is. Okay, so the first thing they'll do is they'll figure out whether or not they're in support of a separation of powers, then we'll figure out whether or not they're supportive of a 3-branch or a 2-branch. So we're gonna have a discussion
have a
about this.
support.
Okay, so I'm gonna call on Tyler, and then
Michael.
you were before, so
Kim
Mike.
Lavell's had her hand up for a while.
Okay, yeah, but we have a new motion. That's the issue. We're getting all over the place. So let's call him Mike, and then Tyler, and then Isaac.
All right, I think we might be overcomplicating this with amendments to amendments to the main. It seems to me like we're getting all on the same page, though, that we're starting to get some groundwork here. So, if it's agreeable, would we consider referring this to legal to create a survey for 2 versus 3 branch to be brought back in less than 30 days for consideration?
Can you say that one more time?
If it's agreeable, I don't want to make it, if it's controversial, but if it's agreeable that we refer to legal to create the survey for a 3-branch versus a 3-branch government survey for the membership within 30 days for
That's what his
consideration.
motion is.
Yeah, but it's an amendment to the amendment, and then we're going to be
have
voting
to.
on it all, we're going to be voting on it all night.
Yeah,
On the floor.
it's the order.
Amendments on the floor, and we can't.
Okay. I wasn't sure if the refer to thing would help us cut through all this.
You'd be able to after we get rid of some of these amendments, so if you guys
Well,
want.
by that point, though, we'll have it all. So I was just trying to help move it along before we could get it into their hands quicker.
You can ask without objection.
Can I make a point?
I was,
I got,
I don't think you can switch this up to a survey and an amendment from what the original resolution is about.
we can amend it to include membership feedback.
I don't think so.
It's consistent with your ruling.
It is consistent, and it's my ruling as the chairman, that's what I'm ruling on. All it is figuring out from the membership if they even want a separation, and then if they want a 3 or a 2-branch. What's wrong with asking them that question?
The survey should be something completely different than this.
Order.
All right, I appreciate that point of view.
so
Tyler?
I'm going to agree with Kim. The resolution is on supporting a 2-branch separation of powers, which I think we had enough votes to push through tonight with the amendment of the time frame. So like, I think we just made this process extremely messy. I would like to table the amendments to get to Mike's referral so we can
Can't do
get
that.
this handled.
There's no provision for that.
Yeah, but it's not gonna pass this way, you guys. Like, we had the momentum to move this forward, and I feel like you're killing it on yourselves. Like,
So we still can just vote down the two amendments, and then you're back to the main motion. So what I ask is, I don't know if we're gonna change anyone's opinion. Like, it's true, we've workshopped this, we've talked about this for years, we've campaigned on this. Like, at this point, we should have educated ourselves on what we're in support of, right? So if you received a civics education through school, I mean, you know about checks and balances. All right, so I have Isaac, and then I have Aaron.
We call for the vote?
That's another motion, guys. We're almost done with the speaking list. Aaron, just let Aaron talk, and then no one else say anything, and then we'll start voting, okay?
Yeah,
Aaron?
I don't think this is dilatory. I don't think this is a waste of our time. This is a very serious issue. And we're hearing from several people that we don't know what the people want. Okay? That's either genuine or it's a filibuster. If it's not a filibuster, we shouldn't be afraid to have that vote, to do the survey to find out what people want. It's very magnanimous. It's, do you want to have anything at all? Do you want a 2-branch? Do you want a 3-branch? We have been delaying this and delaying this and delaying this because we don't know what the people want. We do know what the people want. And the reason I'm frothing at the mouth to get this passed is because if we put this out to the membership, you're going to find out we're going to get 80%, is my prediction. 80% of the people are going to support an amendment, and it's going to be 75% that are going to support a 3-branch. Because for all of our discussions, the average member knows the score. They know that the committee spent $600,000 17 years ago. They know that we have stalled it this long, and they're going to demand that we vote on it. So I had my say, so now everybody's got to have a say because I had to say maybe, but I want to know where every one of us stands on, earlier you said you want to know what the people want. Well, this is your chance to demonstrate to them what that in respect, that we're going to ask the people what they want.
And as a reminder, I'm going to list where we're at. So we had a main motion, that's the resolution. There's a motion to amend to provide 2 options to the membership with pros and cons. And then the motion to amend the amendment is to send out a membership survey to determine whether or not there's public support from our membership to separate the powers and how you guys feel about a 2 or 3. So that's where we're at. And we have a big list again. All right, so we have Bridget, Kimley, Lana.
Well, the only thing I'm gonna say about it is, when this committee was done is 2008, 9? Okay. So I bet you we've doubled our population since then. So I think a lot has probably changed as far as members, okay? And I'm being genuine when I say what I did. So if you were questioning because you were saying that, but I'm being genuine about that, but there has been a lot that has changed since then. So to say that everybody wanted 3-branch, those people may have passed on and we've got younger people, whatever. Let's, whatever. We should have just tabled this and our motion to a workshop on July 29th since we have a free schedule.
Okay, Kim Lee?
So I'm not going to pretend I know how anybody's going to vote or exactly what the people want, because I'm not a fortune teller. And so I think that is a little forthcoming to say that we know exactly what's going to happen right in the percentile. I think it's really quite rude. But I'm not opposed to sending it and asking the membership what they want. But I'm not going to assume what you want. I'd like you to read it for yourselves and tell us what you want. So I will support that. That's all.
Okay, we're on the last person on the speaker list. Lana.
Bell still has her hand up.
Okay.
Because where you were at, Aaron, was you finally got it solidified that people agreed on this board right
Okay, Kim Grivel, do you have anything to say? Your hand's been up, I'm not sure if you just didn't take it down.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, go
You
ahead.
can Finger at me, I was on that committee, and I didn't agree with the three branch, and I was so glad to see this come tonight, and then just the amendment for the 100 days. I don't agree with the surveys. I don't think that they should be part of this amendment, because we're voting on the two branch. And I've heard people say that we are put at that board table by the membership to do a job, and this is what we were going to do tonight, was vote on the two branch government. So I don't know how we can get rid of those amendments that just kept piling up. What do we got, 3 of them we gotta vote on before we get back to the original?
No, you can only have 2 amendments according to parliamentary rules. So if you guys are supportive of just the 2-branch government, what you'd have to do is vote down those amendments. That's what you'd have to do, and then you're back to the main motion. However, if the board has a majority and they want to add a second option for the membership to decide, then you vote yes on those amendments. If you want to vote on a survey to get membership input, you vote yes on that amendment as well. But you can get back to what we started at with 2 votes. We've been trying to cast them. Okay, Aaron.
Okay, so I'm really, really getting tired of this revisionist history about what the committee did. On February 28, 2008, the committee voted to approve the proposed new constitution without a single no vote. So if you missed the meeting, if you disagreed with what the committee came up with then, and you didn't make a motion or you didn't vote no, you did a disservice, because if you didn't agree then, maybe you agreed then, but you don't agree now. But this record, according to the chairman of the committee, there was no single no vote, not one. So we're playing politics if people are now opposed to it, but all the committee members that voted on this, it was unanimous. There was no opposition. So this is revisionist history. And by the way, I did not post this anywhere, and I'm not going to out of respect. But the chairman of the committee recommended to the board not only to approve it as is, but also ask that the board not make any changes or amendments. And so that's why over the years I have supported, I don't know why that's happening. That's why over the years I've supported honoring the committee's 2 years of their life that they gave up. And they might have disagreed, they might be playing politics, I don't know, but they certainly did not oppose it when they voted on it, and it was unanimous. They did not oppose it. So let's stop saying that, because it's not true. It's in writing. If you haven't seen it, you should look at it. I think I have to post it now, because we're calling into question that this was even approved by the committee. And the membership need to know that it was unanimous, and they didn't want the board mucking it up and coming up with altercations. So having said that,
Point of information, was it 3-branch?
it was, yes, it was a 3-branch. They submitted to us what they wanted, and what happened in 2012, we reviewed it again because some people wanted to undo what was done, and we did have a review. We invited all the board to attend, all of the elder committee, all of the Constitutional Convention committee members, and in 2012, we had another 6 months or 9 months of review, and guess what they did? They voted unanimously to proceed. And then just a year ago, maybe looking to try to get the elders to undermine it and to vote it no, the elders voted unanimously to proceed as it was. So I'm conceding, because I know we don't have the votes for a 3-branch, because we did workshop it. Contrary to several people saying we didn't workshop it, we did have a workshop a couple weeks ago. We went around the room, and there was a clear majority of people said, well, I don't support a 3-branch, but I will support a 2-branch. Okay, finally, because I hope that that is where we are, none of the amendments that were stacked on this main motion are inconsistent with the main motion, and the only thing they do is we're going to now ask the membership, what is your preference? A lot of people are pretending, or not pretending, a lot of people are portending that the membership doesn't support this, or they won't support it, maybe they don't support it now. This is fundamental. A 3-branch is fundamental, but that's not on the table. But I do want to know, and you should all want to know, because you said that you want to know, what the members want. So I don't see anybody voting against finding out what the membership want. That's not dilatory, that's not a waste of our time, it's critically important. Because if I turn out to be wrong and they don't want a 3-branch, I'm gonna go with what the members want, and we all should. So, that's it.
Kim, did you forget to put your hand down? All right. All right, so we're at the end of our speaking list, and the chairman speaks last, so I'm not going to call on anyone, and we can start voting on some of this stuff. So I am in support of a 3-branch government. I know there's problems with what the Constitutional Committee did in that structure. I don't think it is perfect, but I think there can be changes made within it, and I see no issue with us asking you what you prefer. So we're in a budget crunch, and sending out surveys and polls do cost money, but we have a PhD right in that room right there who can tell us you can do a lot of online research through SurveyMonkey that doesn't cost a penny, you know. So you can post a link to our tribal website to where you have to put your enrollment number, and it can be cross-referenced, and it wouldn't cost a penny. So there's ways to do this, and you could get the results in real time as they're coming in. So I'm supportive of all 3 of them, but we're going to start voting. The first one is the motion to amend the amendment. So that would be to send a survey out to the membership to determine whether or not there's public support to separate the authority from the board of directors into a 2-branch or a 3-branch. Does everyone understand what you're voting on?
Time sensitive.
And it's time sensitive. There's deadlines on it. Does anyone have any questions on that?
Roll call vote, please.
Okay, so a roll call on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael. Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Sean. Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Bridget. Isaac.
Can I say absolutely?
Lana. Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Larry.
Okay, motion to amend the amendment carries. Now that brings us to the motion to amend. So that's to send out 2 options to the membership, a 3-branch government and a 2-branch government with all the pros and cons. Did I miss anything that's in the motion?
Time sensitive.
Time sensitive.
What was it, 120 days?
Yes.
No, never mind.
Okay.
I don't want to muck it up.
No, stop.
Don't
Okay.
even say anything.
What's I want to get
Aaron.
home tonight?
Be here another 2 hours.
Shut your mic.
So, like, we've exhausted this conversation. Like, people have to drive home. Like, we got to start voting on this stuff, guys.
Just voted on
Yeah.
the survey, this is the same language as the survey?
This, I have to direct legal to
No,
take
no.
from the 2012 draft, the elements of the 3-branch and the 2.
Because the main motion is only.
I don't even know. I'm gonna have to watch the video.
The 2-branch, the main motion, depending on how
Yes, to add the
So the one you just voted on was to do survey for your membership to determine what they want, and then the motion to amend is to send out the 2 options with the pros and cons. So, roll call on that.
Kimberly Gravel.
No.
Lana.
We're here, we're this close.
Bridget.
Yeah.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean. Larry. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael. Isaac.
Yes.
All right, so the main motion has been successfully amended twice. Ryan, please state how we've changed it so I know that you understand it and that everyone is on the same page, because you're the important person in the room.
With that resolution.
All right, I don't have it all written down like Ashley does, but my understanding is, so the amendment was the original resolution was for 2-branch government, but the amendment changed it to 2 and 3-branch, gave legal a 120-day timeline to draft, consistent with the 2012 version of the Constitutional Committee's draft, a 2 and a 3-branch. It also added another B. It further resolved to do a survey to the membership on pros and cons of a 2 or 3-branch government with a 30-day timeline on legal to get that document for the survey created with that document in front of the board to send out for a survey of the
Yeah.
membership.
That was included.
And one
I think
more,
I'm close, but I might have missed something.
one more thing, it's gotta be sent to the VIA.
Right, but that's still, yeah, that's part of the original language of the resolution.
But-
That wasn't amended, that's why I didn't mention that.
Well, it could be a 2 or it could be a 3.
Do you understand everything, Ryan?
You know what I'm saying, Ryan?
Yeah, but we're not sending to the BIA 2 or 3,
Not
we're
yet,
surveying the membership first.
Well, once this resolution's passed, it's either a 2 or a 3. Right now, it's only a 2.
Yeah, so this
Correct.
amends the original resolution.
Correct, yeah, understood, yep.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, so, looks like we have some hands up, so I'll create a fresh speaking list, and we'll start with Tyler.
I just want to note the important language that's in the resolution. It says, Ryan, it says substantially consistent. We've noted in various workshops and meetings that there are errors in the original models, so I want that to be noted, because you said only consistent, and this says substantially consistent.
Yeah.
That allows you to make the changes that are needed to make
right.
it consistent with our laws and policy in order for this to move forward.
That's why I
Right, so
wrote it
that-
down.
How
the
about
way-
this?
right,
Is
the way
there
I
any
read that-
hold on. How about this? Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute break? We've been sitting here for a long time to give everyone the opportunity to use the restroom. You can put it on paper, make sure everyone's on the same page, and then we'll have a fresh speaking list if anyone has any last things to say before we vote on it, and then we'll vote on it.
I think
Like,
we're ready.
I think we're ready. It was just a
You
point
guys
of
okay?
clarification.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All right,
understand
well,
the substantially.
if you guys don't want to have the break, that's totally cool. We can get out of here.
We need to figure out what is the timetable for the survey, so that way this.
He
30
said
days.
30 days.
30 days.
Oh, to returns.
To get us, though.
The
Is everyone good?
We have to put it out to the members.
All right. Roll call, please.
Yeah, well, he'll figure that.
Yeah.
What are we voting on?
The main
He just-
resolution.
You just read it.
Ryan just read it.
Through it.
Do you want him to restate it?
Everybody was talking and I couldn't hear what he said.
No, you make a good point. We have the owls at the table, and it's gonna compete with these microphones. So if everyone could remain quiet, so the people on Zoom can hear exactly what Ryan's stating.
Thank you. All right, so the original resolution is for a 2-branch government. And a motion to amend was to make that a 2-branch or 3-branch. Legal's directed, if this passes, within 120 days, we'll be drafting 2 versions, 3-branch and a 2-branch, substantially consistent with the 2012 draft from the Constitutional Committee. That means that we're not going to change anything in our draft that would change the context or intent of that 2012 document, but we will have cleanup, maybe to make it consistent with our laws or just function properly, but it won't change the intent of what was brought by the committee. Additionally, it adds another be it resolved to do a survey to our membership on whether they want a 2-branch or 3-branch government. With that survey, legal will draft the survey, but they'll also do a pro and cons list from the legal department's standpoint on the pros of a 2-branch, cons of a 2-branch, pros of a 3-branch, cons of a 3-branch. Well, we bring that within 30 days to the board so you can approve it, and then we send it out to our membership.
All right, very good. We ready to vote? All right, roll call.
Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac,
Woohoo, yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Finally getting somewhere.
No.
Amazing.
Michael, Sean, Lana, Tyler,
Yes.
Larry, Bridget.
Motion carries. Good job. Okay, you guys want to take a 5-minute break?
Get her done.
Okay, let's power through here, guys.
Okay.
All right, so we are going to move to the resolutions that we waived the rules to add, and the first one is approving contract Orchard LIS.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe Chippewa Indians Board of Directors hereby approves a contract with Orchard LIS for the Health Division for $349,436.60 plus additional monthly fees as detailed in the attached RIS.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Any discussion? Hearing no discussion, roll call, please.
Bridget. Aaron. Larry. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Michael. Sean. Tyler.
Yes.
Lana. Isaac. Rob.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Quick
Can
note.
Sorry, this is Carrie. Can I ask a quick question or make a comment real quick?
Sure.
I just wanted to let you guys know that we're in the resolution where it says it's the 349,000 plus additional monthly fees. The additional monthly fees are actually in the 349,000.
Save some money. All right, very good. Thank you so much, Gary.
Yeah, it's in the RS. I just want to state to membership really quick, this is our new EHR system. So we are transitioning from RPMS finally.
Absolutely. All right, so the next resolution is also one that we waived the rules to add. It is titled Authorization to Enter into Contract with M&D General Contractor.
Be it There's a typo in this one. Be it resolved that the Board of Directors approves awarding the general interior contract to M&D General Contractor up to $2,182,496, which $682,496 out of Sawyer Village account balance and STHA note, which is Sioux Tribe Housing Authority note, of $1.5 million to complete this project. Final acceptance of the proposal and execution of the contract and will be contingent on the final approval of the Sawyer note. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to execute any and all documents as may be necessary and appropriate to carry out the terms, conditions, intent, and administration of this resolution, including but not limited to the ability and authority to implement any budgetary changes administratively without the need for formal Board of Director budget modifications. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors authorizes the chairman of the tribe or their designee to enter into and execute the contract and any supporting document with M&D General Contractor to fulfill the intent of this resolution.
All right, is there a motion? Motion by Isaac, is there support?
Support.
Support by Tyler. All right. Danny, you're the sponsor of this, right?
Helen is, but I can speak to it. She's on the line as well if we need more details.
Okay.
She's handling project directly, but I'm not involved as well. So what this will do is this is the final bid we have for the Sawyer project. We've accepted all of the bids. If we pass this will authorize us to actually execute the contract and accept the proposal from the contractor as opposed to waiting for the first meeting in August. So when that note is approved, then we will immediately enlist this contractor and allow him to begin doing the layout and working with the other vendors on the project. It's for the 42 unit renovation that was described earlier that I brought this resolution authorizing the note with housing for.
All right, thank you. Lena.
I'll let Helen speak directly to the bids. She has a proposal in front of her right now. I can pull it up as well.
So, Lana, this is, we did have quite a few people come to the walkthrough, but we did only receive one bid, and this was it.
Okay, anyone else?
Isaac.
You done, Lena? Okay, Isaac.
Hey, we've been hearing this all night that we should have had time to workshop this, so I want to put you on notice that I will not support anything that comes in the day of the meeting, so.
No, understood, Isaac. We did workshop the project several times, but not this bid specifically. I did talk about them, but we did not workshop this bid specifically. Only
And that's all I'm referring to, because we had one, I think, a week ago or 2 weeks ago from your department. So we wanted a week prior so we can look at it. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, roll call, please.
Isaac. Larry.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. Lana. Bridget. Aaron,
Yes.
Sean, Rob,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee, Michael.
Yes.
Carried.
All right, motion carries. Thank you. That concludes all the items that we have under resolution, so we're now going to move under new business. And the first item is committee appointments. Are there any objections to handling these appointments altogether? All right, hearing no objection, that's what we'll do. I'd like to entertain a motion to appoint Maria Larson to the Food Sovereignty Committee, Holly Sparks to the Unit 1 Sioux Elder Subcommittee, and Kathleen Eggert to the Unit 2 Elder Committee. And Isaac's made about 4 motions so far, so is there anyone supporting these? All right, we have Rob. Any discussion?
I only made 3.
Okay. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries, and those individuals are appointed. Let's get them some welcome letters. That brings us to key employees. Tyler?
Yeah, I motion to authorize the HR director to negotiate an offer and to hire the general counsel with negotiated conditions within the parameters discussed at today's workshop.
Motion.
Support? Well, that would have been a support.
Or second. I'm sorry.
All right, so Tyler made the motion and Aaron made the second. Any discussion here? Something we talked about today. Yep.
I don't oppose this at all. My only consideration would be is that future use, we try to get into rezos. I think we talked about this in the past, and it's probably more appropriate as a reso to do these. I think we back and forth on them, so just trying to stay consistent. So I'm okay with it tonight, but I think we should get into that habit of making these types of things resos.
That's what I'll do moving forward.
Mr. Chair.
Aaron?
I'll make a motion that we assign a resolution number.
Okay, so there's a motion to add a resolution number. Is there support? All right, support. Any discussion? Okay, all those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? All right, so that was the motion to amend. Now we're back on the main one. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Let's do roll call.
Tyler,
Yes.
Sean, Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Lana, Isaac,
Yes.
Larry, Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Rob,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Michael, Bridget.
All right, thank you. That's unanimous. That's a big deal. All right, the next item is interim.
Motion to appoint Ashley Samuelson as interim human resources director not to exceed a period of 6 months with compensation pursuant to the tribe's interim appointment policy.
All right, so we have a motion and support. Any discussion? Isaac?
Hey, Jess, this is your recommendation? Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, roll call, please.
I don't even know if this is working anymore. Larry. Yes. Michael. Yes. Was it working? Okay. Bridget. Yes. Tyler.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean. Lana. Aaron.
No.
Okay, motion carries. The next interim appointment?
Motion to appoint Maria Mongine as interim housing director not to exceed a period of 6 months with compensation pursuant to the tribe's interim appointment policy.
So it's Tyler's motion. Bridget supports. Any discussion? Rob? Oh, okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Aaron. Yes. Bridget. Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Sean. Larry. Tyler.
Yes.
Michael. Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Isaac. Rob.
Yes.
Lana.
Okay, motion carries. That brings us to supporting Lake Superior Academy.
I placed this on the agenda. So, as we were made aware earlier in membership concerns that, and as everyone here knows, that we had submitted a letter of support for Lake Superior Academy with, they have the issue of the Bitcoin mining across the street. You know, I have two points to make about it. One is that education is a treaty right, and I think that anytime our members our youth members' education is interrupted. I think that we need to stand in defense of that treaty right. The other part of that is we don't fully know the impact, the environmental impact of mining, although there is multiple studies saying that it is not in the best interest of the environment or surrounding ecosystems. And I think that we have a inherent duty as a sovereign nation to protect Mother Earth. So at this time, I would like to motion to direct our legal counsel to review the Lake Superior Academy versus Bitcoin mining case and then bring forward recommendations to us or options of how we can support the school further.
Okay, so we have a motion and support. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Board concerns? Going once, going twice?
I did have one. I took a whole bunch of them off the list, but what did I finally send you, Lana?
I haven't had a chance to look at nothing, Aaron.
Hold on, let me find it. It'll only take a second. Okay, never mind. You good, Aaron? I can't find it. Good.
It turns out we don't have any board concerns, so without objection, meeting adjourned? Meeting adjourned. Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys being down here. You guys have been an awesome audience, and if you guys want to linger around and talk, I'll stay as long as you guys want me to.